Okay. I would like to call the March 5th, 2025 Board of Selectmen's meeting to order at 6:30. Mr. Pinio, do we have a need for a non-public?
Madam Chairperson, we do 91A, 3, lowercase a and lowercase b, employment.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the minutes of February 19th. Does anybody have any corrections and changes?
Yes.
Okay.
Page 7,
Yep.
the first reference to Deshays, the first, second, third line down, it says, what can potentially happen if, and you need to strike, there is not.
If there is not.
Yeah, if there is not, a healthy fund balance is not kept. So happen if a healthy fund balance is not kept.
No objection.
So we got to strike there is and not.
No objection.
Okay.
And then page 8, the first reference to Deshays' third line, they say Frank Goodwin and Dudley Road. D-O-D, it's D-U-D, Dudley Road.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All righty. I will start on page 1 and all the way through. The notes at the bottom of the minutes say February 5th. They all need to say the 19th. Okay, on page 4, it's the second time I speak. And it is the third line down. Before flyer, it should say Wolfeboro Taxpayers Association. Then on page 5,
Sorry, can't find that one.
it's second time I speak. And it is you take the line with my name on it, the next line, and the first word is flyer. So in front of the word flyer, I want the wolf. Okay? All right, then I want to go to page 5, under E. Mr. O'Brien is speaking, and at the end of his paragraph, I would like parentheses, see attached document, taking the mystery out of fund balance.
I have no objection to that.
Okay. All right, the next time, second time I speak, second sentence, the work needs to be changed to word. All righty. So we'll go back to page 7, which Mr. Deshay was talking about. And I believe that, so the first time I speak, would you like attached the minutes, a discussion from, and I believe it should be the December 18th, 2023. That's where we took, so that should be added in that.
Yep.
Okay, then the second time at the end of that, the second time no, let's go back to the first time, I'll put it there. At the end of that, I would like to put in parentheses, see attached email from Adam Dunningord dated December 5th, 2023 to Mr. Deshays. And I'd like to get, because these things are just kind of attached in the back. Does that make sense? Okay with you?
Yep, perfect.
All right. All righty, page 8. It's the first time I speak, and to clarify, I would like it to read, notes that the easement was granted to Mary McBride / Mary McLean from the Dudley Road Association, and the easement gives the right to pass over said land. When the Lakes Region Conservation Trust purchased Lot 48 cited on the town tax map, the Lakes Region Conservation Trust required the easement to use Dudley Road to access its land. All righty. And on page,
And just a clarification, it says easement did not involve the Dudley.
it was wrong, that's what's wrong, that's
You're
what
correcting it.
I'm correctly clarifying what I
Okay with
said.
that?
Okay. All righty. On page 9, I would like, before 9, questions from the press, the last line where it says Alliance Stream Testing, it should be LWA. That is the Lake Winnipesaukee Alliance. All righty. And then on page 9, and it will be when Ms. Ryan is speaking, and at the end of that paragraph, I would like to have see attached material provided to the board from Ms. Ryan, because those are attached in the back. And then on page 10, the last time I speak, I would like inserted, again, parenthesis, see attached material provided to the Board of Selectmen from Carrie Webster. So I'm trying to get the attachments connected to when we talked about them. Okay? And that's all I have. Does anybody else have any comments or questions? All right, can I have a motion?
Move to approve as amended. Second.
Okay, motion by Paul, second by Brad. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All righty. I'm going to start with our public hearings. The first one is the Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit application for the Lakes Region Pickleball Tournament to host the Sadie Hawkins Day Pickleball Tournament on June 21st, 2025 from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at Foss Field Tennis and Pickleball Courts, permit 2025-2.
Again, my name is John DeForno, and I represent the Pickleball Club, and we're here to request, again, it was 2 months ago we had the same request, but there was some delay considering rental fees. The first request, the Sadie Hawkins Tournament's a one-day bare bones tournament, and we don't charge a lot of money. It's just a fun tournament. It just attracts mostly people from the local area. So we hadn't expected to, we haven't budgeted even for this tournament or even the second tournament for a rental fee expense. So we're kind of looking for some idea of whether it's expected, it will be charged, or will not be charged, but we would like to get at least the Sadie Hawkins tournament in to sort of rent-free if we can, because really there's not a lot of money involved in that tournament at all. And we haven't had a chance in both tournaments to budget rental fees, so.
We're later on in the meeting have those fees, and we'll be talking about it. So by the end of tonight, you should know what those fees are.
Okay.
Okay? Is there anybody in the audience who would like to talk or to make comment on this temporary outdoor event permit? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members?
So what one thing is, could you supply us with a good map so that we know if you're going to set up tents, if you're going to have food trucks or... To the mic.
You need to go back because it's got to be heard on television.
I have maps generated from some templates here, and I have a duplicate map that it shows pretty much location of everything for the Sadie Hawkins.
So when
It was submitted, the maps were submitted as part of our application. I'm not sure if they're illegible when they recopied or not,
Yeah.
but the maps were part of the application process.
So the map that I got was this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only the pop-up tents alongside of the tennis courts and the use of the pavilion.
Yeah.
So that's, for the small tournament, we're only using.
So this one is on that map is on the application with the large tournament. And,
They got mixed up.
yeah, and the Sadie one doesn't have a map. When,
So when you handed in your application, you had maps with each of them?
Yes.
Okay, I think it just didn't get reprinted, because I don't recall us having an issue with maps the first time it came in.
I do have duplicate maps if you want to look at them, but,
yeah, could we
If
see a
they
map?
could-
Do you have a
yeah,
map
If
with
you
you?
give them a duplicate map,
yeah.
Yeah. Do you have one with you right now? Yeah.
because I think, because I don't recall us having an issue with maps
Yeah.
the last time they came in. While we're looking for that, one of the things I noticed going through all our temporary event outdoor permits, that nobody is coming to the town to get us to sign off. And I talked to Jim about that. Is that something that they can go to KC and get signed off?
We're working on a plan to get that dealt with.
So
Okay.
when I do a map, or the EDC does a map with me for Lake Winnipesaukee Day, we actually take a blank piece of paper and have the location with tents drawn on it, with food trucks drawn on it, trash receptacles, everything, so that everybody knows where things are supposed to and going to be, especially when you have a 5-day event.
Yeah.
I think that's important for the public and for the town to know where these things are going to be.
Yeah,
So,
I do have the 5-day event one here also,
yeah,
so.
but it's the same as this one, pretty much.
It's the same template, but
It shows the
it's
general.
annotated differently.
Yeah, it shows the general location of that it's basically in Foss Field. But individual pieces would be better so that we know where things are going to be set up, taken down, so on and so on.
And we can probably do a better
Yeah.
job doing the
And as
mapping.
Linda said,
Do you have an example of one of those maps that you,
Winnipesaukee Day one.
yeah, I can send you one.
yeah?
Is your email on this? Contact Amy, have Amy get in touch with me. I'll get you, through email, a copy of the map that the EDC does, so that you can see what it looks like. Because, I mean, we could just draw a line around all of Cape Park and the town docks and call that's where the event is.
Yeah.
We show where the boats are going to be, where the mount's going to be, where the tents are going to be, where the vendors are set up, where the food trucks are, where
Yeah.
the stage is going to be, where the DJ is going to be, the whole bit.
Yeah. In both of our tournaments, we decided not to have food trucks, by the way,
Okay.
so. And just for completeness, what I have here indicates
Oh,
the larger tournament,
thank you.
annotating the locations. The only addition we have.
pass this one down?
outside of using
Can you pass that one to Linda?
the only addition we have for the main tournament is that we put in 3 porta potties at the end of the parking lot on the Falls Trail side. So, but, yeah, I apologize. Sometimes these maps are not,
Well, when they get copied, they don't come out very well. I think that's part of it. Does any other board members have any comments or questions?
So if I understand this correctly, we're going to go ahead and prospectively approve this. You may find the fees not to your liking. You can withdraw after that. How's that?
yeah.
Fair enough?
Yeah, we would hope that the Sadie Hawkins tournament would be possibly, fee-free because of the, we haven't had a chance to budget any of this into in the fee structure. But the Sadie Hawkins tournament is a really bare bones tournament, so I'd like some consideration in that regard, if possible.
Board members, we have two options here. We can hold up on making a motion on accepting this temporary outdoor event permit until after we deal with the fees. We can issue the temporary event permit and then do the fees later. It's up to the board. How would you like to do it?
I think for expedience sake, move to approve these temporary event permits. You'll learn about the fees either tonight or if you're not here at future, and then you can withdraw if you like.
Yeah. Is that an item on the agenda?
It is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So we're going to do these subject to the fees
And you need a map, right?
Yes.
And a map.
and a map.
That's about it.
And getting the application signed.
Getting the application signed.
Anything else?
Who wants to make that motion?
Paul made it, I second.
Okay. The motion was made by Paul, seconded by Brian. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Map, fees, what was the third one?
And signing of the application.
Other than that, the applications are.
I'd like to open up the next public hearing. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit application for the Lakes Region Pickleball Tournament to host the 10th Annual New Hampshire Lakes Region Pickleball Tournament from September 5th, 6th, 7th, 2025. Set up September 4th, rain date September 8th, from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. at Foss Field, tennis and pickleball courts, basketball courts, and the pavilion, permit 2025-3.
Again, this is a tournament that I think this will be the 10th year. It's a major event in our community. Brings up, quite a number of people for overnight stays, for restaurant trips. I think it's a fairly well-known and well-received tournament. Been going on for 10 years, and we would like permission to do it again. And it's for your own information. It's the premier USAPA tournament in the New England area, and people come to this tournament. If they succeed at a certain level, they can move on to national tournaments. So it's a fairly involved and I'd say famous tournament for our situation. Regarding the fees, fees are what they are. We did not have, again, we didn't have any anticipation about budgeting the fees into the fees that we charge the players. But since it's such a larger tournament, I'm sure we can, get along with that one. So, so we'd like to do it again.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to make any comments about this temporary outdoor event permit? Come on up.
Come on up.
Hi, my name is Christine Kennison, and I'm also on the board for the New Hampshire Lakes Region Pickleball Club. Just a couple things. It is, like John said, it is the one tournament in the state of New Hampshire that you can qualify for nationals. So it is a place where people come from all over to try to, if you miss yours in Florida or what have you, then you can come. So it's pretty renowned for that. Obviously, it's not time to talk about the fee structure, but when we design the courts, we use the four tennis courts and the 2 cage courts. And we're hoping that the fee structure doesn't reflect the fact that we're very creative and we make lots of pickleball courts on the 4 courts. We have some idea of the fee structure. So by the time we get to that, obviously, we'd like to address that. It seems prudent for us to pay our fair share to do something, as much as we are a 501c3, and we give a lot of attention to the facilities as far as George Vandeheyden, who was on our board. Obviously, you are well aware of whom he is, and he donated those 2 cages. His daughter, Heather, is now on our board. And it just seems like they're in the fee structure, there's charges for the use of those 2 for our organization over those 3 days. So I guess, we understand that we need to do our part, but that we also give back quite a bit to the town of Wolfeboro in is this going to be our 10th year, John? For the tournament? So, yeah, so we would just like some consideration when it comes to the fee structure, with those thoughts in mind. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to give us any input? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members?
So the map that's on this, this particular one it's got to be superseded by the map that was just passed out, just to keep the record straight, right? That denotes
That's the one that has the whole thing.
the map that's on
That
this
is the full
application.
map of the full,
Right, you got
using it all.
But it's just an outline around the whole field area, pretty much.
Okay. So same thing, there's a signature missing here, Brian?
Yes?
Yes.
There's and pending insurance, so you'll have insurance at the, as we get closer to the event.
I think the insurance is good on this one.
Yeah, I think their insurance is
Yes.
good.
And then the question on fees is, we'll go through the fee structure. If you find it objectionable, then you can withdraw. You'd be comfortable with that?
Yeah, their insurance is good to 11/12/2025.
I was just reading the thing that said pending insurance.
I'm just saying we have it.
You do? Yeah.
To respond to your question, if we're not comfortable with that, we can withdraw the permit, but are these fees set in concrete?
We haven't even set them yet. I don't even know why we're talking about them here.
Okay.
That's later in the agenda, and what Paul is saying is, once we set those fees, you can either decide to pull the event or leave it and pay the fees. But we haven't even discussed it as a board
Just so I
yet.
can explain my screwy behavior, rather than put you through another meat grinder, I prefer that we say, we're going to go ahead and approve this. Later on in the meeting, we're going to look at fees. We're going to set fees for these facilities. If you find them objectionable, you can withdraw your application.
Right.
I didn't want to stick you through the machine again.
Yeah.
It's an ugly visual.
So my question would be, and maybe
They
you
will be set
addressed
in
it,
concrete.
did you already agree on some fee structure?
No.
You haven't? Okay,
No,
that's what I thought you said.
That's
Okay.
why I'm saying that.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, and I do want to, they did give us one insurance policy, and it is good through
Correct.
the 11th, okay?
Yep.
11th month, so we're okay with that. Any other comments or concerns? Hearing none, can I have a motion?
Move to approve the Lakes Region Pickleball Tournament to host the 10th Annual New Hampshire Lakes Region Pickleball Tournament so it's Lakes Region Pickleball Association Group? What's your official title? Okay. Move to approve the Lakes Region Pickleball Club to host the 10th Annual New Hampshire Lakes Region Pickleball Tournament from September 5th, 6th, and 7th, set up on the 4th and the 8th of 2025, from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. at Foss Field, incorporating the tennis and pickleball courts, the basketball courts, and the pavilion, to include a more detailed map of the event and with payment of fees if applicable. Permit number 2025-3.
Second.
And I'd like to add having the application signed.
Oh, and having the application signed.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. All righty. I'll open up the next public hearing, and there are going to be 4 for this organization, and we'll try to move right through them. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event application for the Wolfeboro Historical Society to host an antique and vintage fair on June 21st, 2025 at the Clark Museum from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., permit 2025-14.
Hi, Pat.
Are there any questions, or should I describe it a little bit?
I think you have an opportunity to have the public hear, so why don't you, I'll only ask you to do it for one of the 4.
That's a deal. This is a chance for everyone to clean out their attics of their precious antiques and bring them out to a beautiful area right in the middle of town. And at the same time, we are promoting the museum. The Clark Museum's been there for 100 years this year, which is really amazing. And a lot of people who've lived here for years and years and years don't even know about it. So this was a way that we decided about 10 years ago to get people to come to the museum who might not normally go. So we have quite a reputation now. As I said, it's been about 10 years. We have, I don't know, 8 to 10 to maybe 12 vendors who come with their wares. We have a rocks and minerals specialist and old tools, vintage toys. The vintage toy guy is just amazing. He has just anything from Ninja Turtles to antique cars, little toy cars. He's great. So we're doing a special push this year to get more vendors to come. So we've started earlier. We're using Facebook and social media, and we have all kinds of schemes. And last year, we had children's activities, because sometimes you have to drag your kids along when you want to go to an antique fair, because they're not all that excited about it, except for the toy guy.
Okay.
They always like him. So this time we had, I forget not skee ball, but what's the cornhole. We had cornhole, and the adults and the kids were playing cornhole. And we had some little games and things for kids, and they really enjoyed it. We had I forget the names of some of the games that they were playing. We did think about having hoop rolling, but the property's too lumpy.
Yep.
So we gave up on that. That's about it. Everyone has a really great time. The only bad thing is we have to cancel it if it's bad weather. But all the local dealers and craftspeople, we're welcome craftspeople too if they would like to come, but it's mostly stuff. So I think that's about it. Oh, parking hasn't been a problem for as long as we have all the vendors decamp and then move to the public library, and the churches, All Saints Church has also offered their space. They're all on Saturdays, so Huggins is usually pretty empty. We just have not had a parking problem so far, and knock on wood. I guess that's it, if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Pat. Is there anybody in the audience who wants to give any input for this temporary outdoor event permit? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members?
So I will move to approve a temporary event permit application for the Wolfeboro Historic Society to host the Antique and Vintage Fair on, the first one is
June 21st.
June 21st, 2025, at the Clark Museum from 11 to 3 p.m. Could you also submit an updated insurance policy by May 31st, 2025?
Right, that's when we get our
Okay, yep.
next year's.
Permit number 2025-14.
And we need to get the application signed,
Oh, and the application signed by the town.
because all of them haven't done that. We really need to do that. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Brian, a second by Paul. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. All right, we'll go on to the next. I'll open up the next public hearing. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025, at 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit application for the Wolfeboro Historical Society to host an antique and vintage fair on July 5th, 2025, at the Clark Museum from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., permit 202513. And we're the same thing as you said before.
Absolutely, it's the same thing with a lot more people because it's July 5th.
Okay. Any comments from anybody in the audience? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members?
Move to approve a temporary event permit application for the Wolfeboro Historic Society to host an antique and vintage fair on July 5th, 2025 at the Clark Museum from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. with an updated insurance policy by May 31st and with the signing of the town on the application, permit number 2025-13.
All right, I'll second that. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, we'll move on to the next one. I'll open up the next public hearing. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit application for the Wolfeboro Historical Society to host an antique and vintage fair on August 2nd, 2025 at the Clark Museum from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., permit 2025-12. Ditto.
Ditto.
All right, any comments from the audience? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members?
Move to approve a temporary event permit application for the Wolfeboro Historic Society to host an antique and vintage fair on August 2nd, 2025 at the Clark Museum from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. With updated insurance to be delivered by May 31st and the application to be signed by the town.
I'll second that. Any further, so I have a motion by Brian, a second by Linda. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. All righty. I'll open up the next public hearing. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit application for the Wolfeboro Historical Society to host an antique and vintage fair on October 4th, 2025 at the Clark Museum from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., permit 2025-11. Ditto. Any comments? None? Ditto. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Brian, do you want
Thank
to
you.
do it one more time?
Move to approve a temporary event permit application for the Wolfeboro Historical Society to host an antique and vintage fair on October 4th, 2025 at the Clark Museum from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. with updated insurance to be supplied by May 31st and signatures on the application by the town.
Okay.
Oh, permit number 2025-11.
Okay, I have a motion by Brian, a second by Paul. Any further discussion? All, yep.
One quick comment, just for Pat, it might make it easier in the future, because you're calling all these, they have the same name with multiple dates. Have you ever thought about just doing one application with multiple dates on it?
I would love to do that, but I thought that this was the requirement.
Because we have other groups, like the concerts out of the bandstand have multiple dates on it with one application.
That would be great.
The vintage
Boats.
miniature boats out back, they do the same thing.
Yeah, we have a number of those.
So just a thought for the future, it might save you a lot of paperwork and.
Well, I would be happy to do that in the future. That would be great. Thank you.
It means you have to come back next year and do it again.
With only one. All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. All righty. I'll move on to the next one. I'll open up the next public hearing. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit application for a Brewster Academy to host and On the Green One Art and Craft Festival on July 11th, 2025 to July 13th, 2025 at the DeWitt Field at Brewster Academy from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., permit 2025-5. Hello.
Hello again.
Yeah, you want to give us a
Once a
little
year.
explanation?
Yes. Christine Brown from Brewster Academy. This is an annual event where where we're selling crafts and wood crafts and things like that. And then some snack foods like homemade lemonade and popcorn and things like that. Our proceeds for field rentals go to day student scholarships.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to speak to this temporary outdoor event permit? Hearing, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members?
Move to approve a temporary event permit application for Brewster Academy to host an On the Green 1 Arts and Crafts Festival on August 8, 2025 to August 10, 2025 at the DeWolf Field at Brewster Academy, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., permit number 2025-15, pending,
No, it's their land. I think they've signed.
okay.
And we have valid insurance.
Yep. So it's good.
Okay, I'll second that. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Okay. I will open up the next public hearing. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 5th at 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event application for Brewster Academy to host On the Green 2 Arts and Crafts Festival on August 8th, 2025 to August 10th, 2025 on the DeWitt Field at Brewster Academy, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., permit 2025-16. Ditto?
Yeah.
Ditto.
Okay.
Different
Is there anybody in the audience who would like to give us any input? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members?
Is it July 11th to July 13th?
No, it's August 8th to August 10th. We're on to the next one.
Number one, I had August 8th to August 10th on my paperwork, and the second one, July 11th to 13th.
I got On the Green, Second Arts Craft, Friday, August 8th to Sunday, August 10th.
All
Is
right,
on
so
my
we're gonna have to
Agenda's
redo
different order.
the last motion, because our agenda is different than our paperwork.
What I'm reading here is from this,
Yeah,
okay? And that is exactly,
yeah, our agenda has it different.
well, I read from the master list.
Yep.
And we went through it based on the master list, not on our agenda.
I know, but
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, but I put in the date for the first motion, I said August 8th to August 10th.
Okay, so we need to change your first motion.
Correct. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. So,
So now we have the next one.
yeah, so this one is move to approve a temporary event permit for Brewster Academy to host On the Green 2 Arts and Craft Festival from August 8th, 2025 to August 10th, 2025 at the DeWolf Field at Brewster Academy, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., permit number 2025-15.
I'm writing. Do I have a second? Okay, so I have a motion by Brian, a second by Dave. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
And then I need to amend my previous motion and say that a temporary event permit application for Brewster Academy to host an On the Green Arts 1 Arts and Craft Festival from July 11, 2025 to July 13, 2025 on the DeWolf Field at Brewster Academy, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., permit number 2025-16.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, that motion was by Brian and by Paul. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I will open, thank you. I will open up the next public hearing. Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 at 6:30 PM to consider a temporary event permit application for the Wolfeboro Garden Club to host a wreath sale fundraiser from November 16th, 2025 to November 23, 2005 at the railroad station from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Permit number 2025-17. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this temporary event? Board members, what do you want to do? We don't have anybody here. This is an event that goes on. We've done it for a number of years. They will need an updated insurance policy. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, because theirs runs out beforehand. And I believe their application needs to be signed. So it's up to the board. How would you like to handle this?
And there's no map of the location.
It's our railroad station.
Yeah,
It's in the building.
I understand, but,
It's inside the building
okay.
and outside that railroad station. I think that's, we can ask them to go take a picture of the building.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable moving forward with this, having a public hearing. We do it, it's a repeat event that they have, so I'm good moving forward with this tonight.
Brad, did I hear you make a
Was that a
motion?
You
motion?
did.
Okay.
Second.
So Brad made the motion, Paul seconded.
Did he say updated insurance?
With, we're going to need an updated insurance, and we're going to get the application signed, right?
Correct.
All right. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next two public hearings, I would like to table. We got an email that they could not make it tonight, so I'll make a motion to table the next two to the March, and I think it's 19th meeting.
Second.
Okay, I made the motion, Paul second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. All righty. Those are- All right, next item on the agenda is the bulk vote, weekly manifest, February 21st, 2025, $660,485.73. February 28th, 2025, $1,208,889.98. That had a school payment. We have tax abatements, land use change warrant, property tax credits. Does anybody have any issues with any of that? Hearing none, can I have a motion?
Approved bulk vote A through D.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Dave, a second by Brian. No, Brad. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. All righty. Okay, the next item on the agenda, we're on 5, new business A, approval, hawkers and peddler permit, location number 4. And we have 2 applicants. They both reside in Wolfeboro, and they have all the required state permits. Neither one of them have an insurance policy for liability, but that is in the work. None of the products conflict with any business in the area. And if we read our regulations, and we need a 73-6 under application procedure B, if more than one applicant files for one area, priority will be given to an existing Wolfeboro business, and if there remains multiple applications after applying such priority, there will be a lottery to pick the successful applicant. Lottery will be by picking a number out of a hat.
I guess
Yeah, so
Did you bring your hat?
I didn't bring a hat. I
need a
didn't
hat.
bring the numbers.
I need a hat. But just a point of information, Madam Chairman. My paper here says no state permit at.
If you read, there is an email.
So I have to go later on to read some more.
Yeah, you have to go back and you say, New Hampshire vendor setup completion. Your information has been set up, recorded with the state of New Hampshire. You are now a registered vendor. And they give you number 529367.
My bad for reading the
Okay.
first page. Apologize.
So, do we want to do it, or do we want to just have Amy do it? I didn't bring anything, does it really, or do you want to do it? None of the applicants are here.
We have one.
I'm here.
Online,
Oh, online, okay,
Speak up.
Webster's.
okay.
Yes,
Do you want to tell us a little bit about your proposal?
absolutely. So my family's been in Wolfeboro for 60 years, coming up on 2026. The cart that I'm interested in doing in town is a branded sunglass cart. And I'm in the sunglass business. I'm an independent contractor, and I work with manufacturers and sell to people like TJ Maxx, Marshalls. So if you were to go in one of their stores, you would see a tower of sunglasses, and my product would be represented on their tower, ranging in price between $10 and $20 on average. And it's all branded. Some of the brands are Timberland, Eddie Bauer, Guess, Champion, all recognized names. And, I've been around a long time in Wolfeboro and just know, given the amount of traffic in the summer, and given the price point, that this could be extremely successful. So, that's what my business is all about.
Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, I have ripped 2 pieces of paper with the 2 names on it. Anybody got a hat?
I need a hat.
Thank you, Victor.
Victor Druin hat.
It's a new hat. It's brand new.
Put a couple of $100 in it.
All right, whoops.
And Brad's gonna pick?
Now Brad's going to pick.
Yeah, because you put them in, so Brad's got to pick.
Brad gets to pick.
All right,
What are you picking out for?
Who did what?
Nancy Galanto has got the spots. Sorry, Peter.
Too bad.
Yeah,
Okay, thanks, everyone.
all
Okay,
righty.
thank you.
All right. So the next item on the agenda is the jet ski rental summer lease railroads. No, just summer lease railroad. It's not station railroad docks. All righty. Jim, do you want to lead on this?
So this is something that we've been doing for a number of years. The contract, their license agreement that's in place is very similar since I believe it was 2010 was the first version that was put together by Attorney Puffer in conjunction with the town manager at the time, Board of Selectmen, and Mr. Druin. Not much has changed. I believe at that time the fee was $500. Today the fee is $1,000, and this has been something that's been going on obviously since 2010. Has been fairly successful for all parties.
Well, I'd like to give a little history. This started when Victor Druin's son, Nate, and the Alden boy I think they graduated from high school and wanted to start a business. And they first looked at putting their jet skis out on Wolfeboro Bay. And we decided we didn't want people learning to use jet skis out in Wolfeboro Bay. And so we found the dock in Back Bay, and we used the one closest to Bradley's, the one that's least attractive to a motorboat. and it also is able to get under the bridge, which causes the problem for most other kinds of business there. But to me, it was a success. It was the community seeing two young entrepreneurs who wanted to start a business. We supported them and found a place for them. The business has expanded and has been a success. So I think the town should be pleased with itself that it supported the growth of a business, and one of the ways we know to get more employment is to have our local businesses expand, and I think that's what it's done. So, any other concerns or questions?
I had a couple of questions. My heart quickens with that. That was good. I sent a note to Jim, and I think, Linda, you have a copy of that as well. Did anybody else get a copy of that? No? Okay, good. Here's the questions I had. I looked at the agreement, and it was $1,000 last year and $1,000 this year. And my question to Jim was, we had a task, I believe, from our assistant town manager to look over fees. And was this on the list of things to look over? And I think the answer to that is we changed them last year, Jim.
We changed them a few years back, I'm not sure when.
Okay,
but we
so
have not touched them, and
we haven't
they have not
changed
been
them.
looked at.
Okay. And again, I'm with Linda. I think this is a wonderful thing. It's great, super. My question then is the fee market-based? My third, and I guess that would be forthcoming once we understand what the proposed fee could be maybe next year. But my third question, and I'm not familiar with what goes on down there, are there any restrictions that the town imposes on who can lease that facility?
No, we didn't. It was one of the things
That was for Jim.
I'm saying in terms of what I know.
Okay.
All right? And we have not put any restrictions on who leases what. Those that are grandfathered, we allow to stay, and we look at applications on a first-come, first-served basis in the space that we have.
So somebody, is there, my follow-on to that was, and this is just information for the public here, is there a notice that's posted for others to compete for the space? So after the summertime?
No.
There isn't?
No.
Okay. Maybe that's something we should talk about in a bit. Is there a lease agreement, this document, which is actually quite well done, is this something that we did, Jim, this lease document?
From my review, it appears that this license agreement was originally created with Attorney Puffer in conjunction with David Owen and Mr. Druin.
Okay. And then can others approach the town, because we're going to deal with this, I think, over there, over on the bigger docks. Can others approach the town and rent portions of docks? Back bay docks, front bay docks. We probably, we're not going to get an answer to that, but I think we're going to have to noodle that one through, because we had an episode maybe before I rejoined where someone came and said, why can't I have access to those things out there?
Because something was grandfathered, and that's the same thing here.
Well, then that may be the policy.
And then we built a dock to allow boats to come in and drop off and to address some of those other issues. And somewheres, I think it was about 1996 or so, the Mount Washington used to own that main dock.
Yep.
And when we rebuilt the dock, the town rebuilt it, and it became the towns to be able to say who can come up to that dock and who cannot come up to
So
that
have we
dock.
grandfathered that dock over in Back Bay? Is that a grandfathered dock agreement?
I would say it's grandfathered. It's been going on for a length of time. Yep,
15, 14 years.
I mean,
My questions are asked and answered. Thank you.
okay. No,
No.
no. You can ask it at the end. All righty. Board members, wait a second. You need to sit down till I find out from the board whether it's okay. Do you want to, as a board, take public comments and questions at this particular time? The problem with it is that then the meetings get dragging on. We let you and then the others. But board, it's up to the board. She would like to speak.
I would allow 2 minutes exactly. That's all I would allow. 2 minutes, and I'll watch the clock.
Paul?
That's fine. 2 minutes.
Brad?
I'll go along with 2.
Okay, you got 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Are you going to go?
Yeah.
Last year I was here and did
Say your
a
name,
public,
please.
sorry, Bobby Budman. Last year I was here, did a 91A, public 91A on the leases that are happening in town. You're talking about a grandfather clause right now. It's $1,000. Let's just point out that's for 4 months, so $250 a month. You just finished talking about the hawkers and peddlers. You reached into a hat, you awarded someone that space and that lease that you proposed in the newspaper and did an advertisement 2 weeks in a row for that space. This space technically just stayed open for 8 months without this lease. This is a brand new lease. I don't understand why our town isn't putting this out to bid the same way we do that for others. Last year you said you were going to get down to your leases and you were going to put policy in place on them. How is this fair to the gentleman you just turned away with sunglasses? What if he wants that space for the summer?
That is a hawker and peddlers, and that is under our ordinance. This is a license agreement.
But you're changing the license agreements depending on who you want where. You did it with the locker rooms at Pop, and this is all willy-nilly in town. And how can you do this without, when you're putting advertisements in the paper over who can stand on the corner, but yet this is a space in our train station for 200.
No, it's not in our train station.
And I mean in our
On one side of a dock on the railroad station, because it was a mistake on our agenda that said the station. It is the dock.
so they're not getting the space in
Not
the-
from us, no, not at all.
So they're subleasing this space out from the Chamber of Commerce.
Correct.
Who is paying us, the chamber pays us how much for that building? That then they are subletting, yet we're still paying for the bathrooms and we're paying them to do calendars. This is a problem I just think you should be looking at. I mean, we really need to talk about these leases. It just looks like you're pulling favors for certain people in town, and it's not a good look.
That was 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, Victor, I'm going to all right to let Victor, everybody? 2 minutes, this is what we get into. Yep.
Hi there, Victor Druin. I'm here representing Wolfeboro Jet Ski. So just a little bit of history. Back when we started this originally with Dave Owens, we'd gone to Rob Hausman, and essentially there were 2 pathways, and we were looking to do the jet ski rental out of the front dock, the main dock. And there were 2 mechanisms. One was a license agreement. The other was through the CVLP, the Commercial Vehicle Landing Permit process. So back then in the day, we had calculated the amount of usage per the foot, and that's how people paid, whether it was Millie B, I believe, or the Mount Washington. Everyone paid basically the same rate, and it came out to about 400. I recalculated it the other day, but it was like $470 or something. And it said, well, it's just easier than to worrying about ins and outs and touches to we'll just do $500, right? So I recalculated this on the back bay. We have 2 more jet skis than we did. Now we have history. We know what we've got for usage, and it comes to like $760 if I did a CVLP request permit, right? So to utilize those docks. We've used the license agreement forever. I think around 2020, 2021, it changed from 500 to 1,000. So certainly we ran for 10 years at the old rate of 500. And, so we've just, processed that way as we've come in, renewed it annually, and it's been renewed and hasn't really been a big issue. So so that is just basically strictly the dock rental only under that scenario. So anyway, that's kind of the history on how we got there. And there were two vehicles to do it. And, there was a time when we started the town, kind of did this process of bidding. Every year we're going to bid dockside out year after year after year.
Yeah.
People couldn't build a business at dockside, right? Because it was like well, this year I'm going to outbid Brad, next year Linda's going to outbid me. You couldn't build a business, right? So people would come in and they'd pay an extra $200 or something. Well, they get the dockside lease, and then it was a bit of a flop, right? So we kind of learned the lesson and did a long-term, you as the board decided, okay, it's better to do a long-term lease, have a stable business in there for an extended period of time, and guaranteed you know what you're going to get for service in the town. So, you can go high bid, but high bid isn't always the best value. So anyway, thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. All righty,
Okay, we're done.
we'll move on. You're about ready to come up. You can give it to us under your category. All right? Okay. Next item on the agenda is the Wolfeboro trolley update.
We gotta-
Oh, all right. Sorry, I already put it over. All righty.
I'll move to approve the lease.
All right. So I got a motion by Paul, a second by Dave. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Well, I had one thing to say. I did the same calculation that Mr. Druin did, and if for some reason it causes angst for people, we could convert it to a landing fee per, but we would end up getting $240 less a season.
Yeah. I mean, my husband has a bulkhead on Back Bay, and he gets about $1,000. He probably could get more, but that's not an unreasonable, and it's for the season.
Yeah.
Okay? So I don't think that this is out of line at all.
Madam Chairman, Kathy, one sec. So I'd like to make a motion that we do
Wait
get
a second. We didn't vote on this.
Oh, we did.
I thought, all
All
right.
right, let's do it again. All those in favor?
Aye, okay. Because I said any further discussion, and then you start, okay.
So I don't know whether this is a motion or just an ask. I kicked this can here a little bit. Sorry about that. But I do have a standing request, and that is, can we get a look at the fees and licenses that we're going to go through? This one is a policy question. This is what we just kicked around here a little bit, and I don't think we should. Personal opinion, I don't think I should be ripping up a policy. It's practice that we've been doing for a long time. I don't want to wreck their business, but I want to have more of a conversation about this, and I want to do it in the context of leases and fees. So it's on our work plan, which I want to talk about later, but I just want to punctuate that's an important issue, at least for me personally. And if we don't do it now, we'll do it when the next board convenes. Okay? Thank you.
And we are, my understanding is the staff is going through and looking at fees. Jim, am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And they're going to supply us with an updated insurance policy, because it says their insurance is good till 5/18/2025.
When I make the motion and before I ask for the vote, if you could remember that, it does say that I have on here insurance update.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Victor just said you're
He'll
going to
do
update your
that,
insurance.
yeah.
You're going to update your insurance policy?
When it comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May 18th. Thank you.
All right, board, can we move on? Yeah. All right, thank you. Wolfeboro Trolley Company update, and you can give us your input now.
All I wanted to Kathy Fairman, Wolfeboro Trolley Company, all I wanted to add to that was that everything Vic said in the background that was given is great, but that it's been my experience that the town is treating anyone who comes forward in terms with a business of that nature in the way that it was handled back then, that it has been handled today, with the realization that every one of these businesses, the jet ski, the Wake Winnie, the Millie B, the Mount Washington, those people are critical to the economic vitality of this town. And while they may seem like little businesses, they aren't. They're some of the reasons people come to this town. The trolley's one of those too. But I think that when you had the docks, you went ahead and you made provisions for more people because you had more things. And I think that if somebody comes in and wants to do something else with another dock, another area, that you'll be open-minded about that, that I don't feel that you're playing favorites. I haven't seen that. And I think reviewing your fees and things is a good idea. Keeping them fair is a good idea. But the example used by Dockside was absolutely correct. It's so important. We saw it. We've seen that collapse. So so anyway, I'm going to go on to what I'm supposed to be here to talk about. So thank you for hearing me out. I come before you this evening with my final report on the Park and Ride Trolley Shuttle. Jolly the Trolley will not be coming back this summer to run the free shuttle between the Kingswood Arts Center, Wolfeboro Falls, and downtown. After reviewing ridership over the past 3 summers, I've concluded that the numbers do not reduce traffic congestion downtown enough to justify the cost of running the shuttle or the inconvenience of having another large vehicle circling through town twice an hour. I think it was a couple of years ago I said, we're not going to be part of the problem if we can't be part of the solution. And we've reached that point. We brought a second trolley to town in 2022 with the goal of reducing traffic congestion and increasing parking availability in the downtown core for customers. It was a cooperative effort, and I'm really proud of that. It included the Wolfeboro Trolley Company, which, by the way, because people ask me this over and over, is not owned by the town of Wolfeboro. It is a private entity and has been since 1987. It was a cooperative effort, including the trolley, over 40 local businesses who purchased signs just on Jolly the Trolley, the Governor Wentworth School District, which authorized a trolley stop and use of parking at the Kingswood Arts Center, and the Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen, which authorized placement of park and ride signs at both McManus Road and Wolfeboro Falls. In an effort to attract riders, there was no charge to ride the shuttle in 2023 and 2024. While we saw a slight increase in riders each year, we never had more than a handful of cars on any given day use the free parking and ride the shuttle. I sincerely appreciate the support of everyone involved with this effort, especially the business owners whose financial support made the shuttle possible. But the bottom line is, I can't ask these people to continue purchasing signs on a second trolley when we're not meeting the mission. It didn't work out the way we'd hoped. We did, however, learn some things. Wasn't entirely wasted, and wasn't wasted at all, I don't think. There were 2 things that did work, one of which Molly the Trolley will continue in collaboration with the Mount Washington Cruise Company. This is where we had success. Visitors purchasing a ticket online for the 2.5-hour Mount Cruise would choose to also, at the same time, add a park and ride trolley ticket. So we will be continuing that with the Mount. Molly has always gone to Kingswood Regional High School, once an hour, not twice an hour as the shuttle was doing, but is doing it as part of her regular tour. And we will now expand her schedule to start earlier and go later so that we can accommodate the people coming down to the Mount for that 2.5-hour cruise. This will be good for business because when the folks get off of the cruise at 1:45, they will not have to rush to their car to avoid getting a ticket. So, of course, we hope they'll stay and shop and dine and spend a little more time here. So we're going to adjust our schedule, go to 2 shifts, et cetera, to make that work. Which leads me to the second thing, which was the most successful in easing the traffic problems, and which the trolley company had nothing to do with. And that was consistent and unilateral enforcement of parking regulations by the Wolfeboro Police Department, including both no parking zones and 2-hour parking zones. This opened up parking spaces for customers because the people who work downtown chose to find alternative parking in the municipal parking lots or on the side streets rather than get a ticket. We discovered this a bit by accident. Of the 3 years that we ran the shuttle, only during the middle year, 2023, did we see relief downtown, and we did see relief. And I've been talking about this with all my customers with the signs and filling them in on what we're doing. They say, yep, that's the year it did work. The aggressive ticketing that summer came after voters approved the hiring of an additional officer who was dedicated to working full-time downtown in the summer and in the school system during the school year. When the police department was unable to provide that coverage last year in '24, we returned to the chaos downtown that we had in 2022 with people parking in no parking zones and 2-hour parking zones for extended periods of time. I want to make it very clear that I don't believe that this situation with the enforcement of the parking had any impact on the number of people who rode the trolley shuttle, and it did not in any way influence my decision to discontinue the trolley shuttle. I get it. We are a rural community. We like it that way, including me, and we want our vehicle right here, nearby, at least within comfortable walking distance. And I think we've ascertained that. As I said, we learned some things. Looking to the future, I believe it will take more than just enforcement of parking regulations to keep things moving downtown. Ultimately, we're going to need more municipal parking. So this is going to come back to you guys again, I'm just saying. Special events, which we all love and know are great for business in town, quickly consume downtown parking, especially when they are daytime events and when most businesses are open. So I think that's something to think about in the future when you're giving permits for special events, as you do here all the time, that perhaps providing some, seeing that they provide some shuttling of the people down here. And I'm thinking about the vintage boat races, and I'm thinking about the pickleball tournaments and things like that, that sometimes that may come into play as there. But that's for us to come to you later on. So again, thank you all for your support for this project. We really appreciate it. We gave it our best shot. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, because we do want to get as much clarity out there as we can before the public on this issue. So making it very clear, Molly the trolley will be running. She will be doing all the things she's doing. We've got some new things. We've signed a contract with a new bus company coming to town, which if it comes off, I always wait to see if they produce what they say they're going to, but it'll bring 50 bus tours in here between spring, summer, and fall. And we'll be doing some other things that you'll hear more about later. But do you have any questions?
Board members, anybody?
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
job.
And I do have copies here, so for you, as
Of the data.
As always, I've said a lot. I want to make sure you have an answer to it. Comes back. Copy for whoever.
We'll put these in the minutes.
We can.
Okay.
Well, maybe Paul is talking about attaching to the minutes, but maybe we should send this to the secretary and she can insert it in the minutes, then she doesn't have to.
That's what was provided.
Okay, so she can insert. Okay,
Good,
beautiful.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda, the Pop Whalen Operations Report, January 2025.
Good evening, Brian Paul, Operations Director at Pop Whalen. You guys should have all received the monthly report for January, ending January 31st. The only thing that it does show on here that needs to be a little bit footnoted is that all income for January that was received in-house was for actually the 2024, so we did have an outstanding income still coming in of $62,000 to be added to the financials.
That'll get sorted out with the auditor, right? Yeah.
Okay, one thing I would like we need to do, and it is the town ice rental. You have 109,792. That figure needs to be 41,794, because that amount was changed at the deliberative session. So if the budget passes, that's what it'll be. If we have a default budget, you will have a larger number. So this, you need to keep an eye on that.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah, and that'll be edited
Okay,
accordingly.
thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Board members, any questions or concerns?
Nope, you took care of mine.
So I just, this is an opportunity for you to tell us about your experience for the past several months. This is a new associate here in the town. What are you seeing? Utilization of the facility, receptivity to off-season stuff,
So right
little
now,
opportunity for self-promotion.
so right now, there seems to be a lot of opportunity. I'm throwing a lot of things at the wall and seeing what's going to stick. One of the new things that's coming up very soon is Skate with Your Pup.
Skate with your pup.
So working with the Humane Society of the Lakes region to promote their pets and stuff like that. So we're going to do that coming up at the end of the month. The other one is Ice Out, paint the ice on Ice Out, where people can come and be creative, and we'll be able to paint with water-based paints. So no toxic paints or anything like that on the last day that we take the ice before we melt it down. We're also looking very forward to and getting a lot of traction on the community craft fair and yard sale that's coming up in May. We've gotten well over 16 or 17 people that have already signed up for that. So we're looking forward to that also. And then we have some other things in the works. I've got a couple other ideas out there that we're having some site visits from people to possibly bring in some other larger events into the facility this summer.
So I was talking to my grandson, and he had a friend. His parents rented the rink for an hour so the two sons could have their teams come skate. So we have free hours that if families want to rent the ice, they can.
Absolutely.
Right? And
Absolutely.
we also have an opportunity to rent the ice and do a birthday party in one of the...
Yeah. So one of the things that was put out there, I'll admit I stole the idea from a rink down in Florida that I was at. Okay. Is doing these different birthday packages. The ultimate birthday package, which includes renting an hour of ice, gives you time in the birthday room, pizzas, popcorn, drinks, to using public skating and having a package that way, or doing an a la carte type of package. And we've had 3 or 4 people that have taken advantage of it so far. Yep. So it's starting to take off. We also are offering one birthday package when the ice is out that people can use the floor to play street hockey, shoot a basketball around, whatever they like to do with that as well. So there's plenty of opportunity out there, and anyone who has ideas, we're always up to more ideas, and we'll see what sticks and hopefully make this a very great year for the pop.
14 years ago, when my son was 12, we did the same thing. There was people from about 72 years old down to about 3 years old, and we had a family hockey game, 6-on-6.
Yeah.
And with pizza and ice cream and cake and soda and everything, and it was a great time.
And that's one thing I will say that did pick up very well is the concession stand this year was a huge hit. We brought in a lot of new items. We even tried a new item at the Kingswood Prospect Mountain Girls game. We tried ice cream sandwiches out there, and people loved them. So we're just trying new things and seeing what sticks.
Sounds great.
It's great
Well,
to
thank
keep
you.
generating a buzz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is Park and Recreation proposed program fee increases.
So this came in front of you about a month ago. You asked for these to be revisited. They were revisited. And the information was put into a spreadsheet that's much more readable for you and lays out a little bit more of the information. And Christine is here to be able to speak on behalf of her proposed fee increases.
So I broke it out for you a little bit more before it was hard with that Excel spreadsheet to show you resident versus non-resident. So we did one column of existing fees, what we're currently charging, broke that out with resident, non-resident, and then we did a proposed rate, non-resident, resident, and then we gave you a list of revenue based on the existing rates, what the proposed would be, and then we went through, because you wanted percentages, when we did that $5 increase, and I gave you the percentages.
Okay, I have an issue with it, and I think I said it the last time. If I look at day camp,
Yep.
and we do 5 for the residents and 5 for the non-residents, we have a higher percent that we're charging our residents than our non-residents. So I cannot support that. If we did 5 for the residents and $6.75 for the non-residents, then I think it's fair, but I don't think we should be charging our residents more than we're charging our non-residents on these
On the
fees.
increase. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
just mine.
I didn't play around with it after I did that because I wanted to see where, I wanted to show you and then have a discussion about it before I changed it, so
Yeah.
that's fair.
So just to follow up, so how did that, not trying to get into who shot Cock Robin, but how did it wind up that way? How did the math wind up that way?
Well, when she came the last time, what she said she was going to do.
We were just doing a $5 increase, but then when
increase.
you figure it out percentage-wise,
And when they look at the
higher.
percentage, and I had an issue when we did that for both of them, and when you look at the percentage, I mean, it's easy to calculate.
Correct.
What the percentage for the other, and I think for our non-residents, they should have a higher increase or an equal increase to our residents. And I just cannot support them having a lower increase. I mean, I love the way you did it. It made it easy for me to calculate
Yes,
this.
right.
You might not have wanted me to be able to see it quite as well.
So then, if you're using that example, going down the board, wherever there's a $5 increase for a resident, if the resident goes up 20%, you want the non-resident to also go up 20%.
Yeah.
And do we care about quarters, nickels, dimes, or do we round up or down?
Oh, you're going to round up.
Round up or
We
down?
don't want to make change. We don't want to be making
Right.
change.
Yeah, you'd round up.
Okay. And the only other thing, oh, that's a different item. We'll talk about that one later.
yeah.
So when this is all done, the increase year over year, assuming all the programs get consumed, is $20,000.
Yes.
A little bit more because we're going to be bumping up the non-residents.
Right.
Teeny weeny, $20,000. Okay. Seems like a lot of work for $20,000.
Well, we asked for
I know.
him to look at it.
I know.
And I guess you're saying you'd like us to raise the rates more, but I think we've always used our recreational programs, and they're usually our families
Correct.
with younger kids, that we really want our kids in activities
Right.
and being involved. And we have tried to keep that low. It's far easier to have programs for them to be involved in than to hire more police to try to deal with the things they think of.
Linda, I completely agree with what you're saying. I think the reason I said that, I wasn't trying to poke you in the eye. The last time we got together, your theory was we have to start someplace. So I got that. All right, we got to start. We got to create a baseline. We got to start. I got it. So what we're basically saying is, all right, we're going to take this. We're going to put it up 20,000, spread across these a little bit more because of the non-resident.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Okay, I got that. So at some point, and I know everybody's going to boo, at some point we got to get to the point where we look at these things and say, do the revenues, do they come close to what
the
the
expenditure.
costs are
Correct.
to field a resource, or are we short-sheeting something else that could have a higher odds of consumption? And I've heard swim team. I've heard a lot of things like that. But I think that's part two. Are you okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So part one is baseline.
Right.
Itty bitty up on 20. But part two is, let's get to the point where we start looking at these things, and that program doesn't make sense because it can't carry its own water. That program needs more investment.
Right, and we've been doing that in-house a little bit, trying to, because we have our program line that just has all the programs. We've been breaking that out to see how much are we spending on that particular program and how much revenue is coming in, so we can kind of get closer to that.
But none of our programs is like the enterprise fund
Right.
where you pay
Correct.
for it. And that's back to what I'm saying, is that the town taxpayers help support these activities because
Right.
it's good for the community.
Correct.
And we can't base it all on, do we need to look at it? Do we need to make sure it's reasonable? I agree.
Yes.
But I don't want to push these up
No, I think
in
it's-
order to make it so that we feel like we've got it closer. You know, I look at the day camp. This is a great price for the day camp.
Correct.
The Children's Center, who has to have year-round staff, can't even get close to these amounts because all the administration is not in it. So that's what allows some families to have that opportunity.
And to be clear, the Children's Center and our Parks and Rec Department also offer scholarships.
They do.
Yeah.
And some people don't need the scholarships.
right.
But
Yeah.
it's a big amount of money out of their pocket.
Yeah. So it's great that we're looking at things under a microscope individually and watching where our nickels and dimes are spent, but it's also good to have a 10,000-foot view and know that this is for the good of the
Yep.
community.
Yep.
And, you know,
Yep.
my children were involved in Parks and Rec
were mine.
programs, and then they were counselors there.
Yep, my kids were all involved in all these, and, you know, it was important. When he was starting a law practice, we didn't have much money.
Lawyers.
You have to get a practice going. Okay, so are we comfortable that it comes back to us and that we do the same percentage for the resident and non-resident?
Yep.
Is the board, Brad?
Yeah.
Dave? Sure. Yep, okay.
So so you'll approve it as long as I'm doing it? Because I just need to know, because we're going out with our brochure and we
going to
need
the
to
printer.
publish this, right? So
Okay.
It's going to the printer, so I just need to know if we increase it by the $5 and then we look at what is the same percentage increase for non-resident that we had increased it for resident.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's what we're asking. I'm
Okay.
fine with that.
Okay.
I just-
And then I will just send
Is
this
that a
back over.
motion?
No.
Yeah, sorry.
Ryan,
I will send it back over to you once it is calculated, so you have that copy for your records.
I'm going to say it to the two of you. You guys are just talking out. It's hard for me
I
to
haven't said
control
anything.
that.
I haven't said a
No,
damn
you
thing.
have a lot of time. So please see if we can kind of keep focused a little more. Brian, would you like to make a motion, or would you like me to make the motion?
Yeah, I was going to make a motion that we approve the new rates as outlined by Christine Collins, $5 for every program that she deems necessary, and to have the same percentage increase as the $5 for residents be incorporated in the non-residents increased rate.
Second.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, however rounded to the nearest dollar, is that what you said?
Correct. And rounded to the nearest dollar.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so I have a motion by Brian and a second by Paul. Any further discussion?
Just a quick question. That's for the program fees that we're talking about right
Correct.
now, correct?
Right.
Just that big sheet there, okay.
Yes. And only those program fees that we
Right.
have increased anything. So we should do it, let's put it, we should do it based on the Park and Rec fees as of January 25th, this sheet we're talking about. Okay? All right. Any further discussion?
Second.
Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Okay.
Thanks, Christine.
And now, no, we're not done.
I'm not done.
No, we're not done. No, this is what everybody's been waiting for. And
Okay.
this is the Foss Field.
So this is the Foss Field. At first, we were doing it hourly. We were looking at resident versus non-resident, and then we started calculating that out, and we realized it was going to be way too much, so it was impossible to do it that way. Then we looked at what was reasonable. So we looked at it based on the courts. I did base it on, for this particular tournament, they use 20 courts they create. And I know, so based on that, we decided instead of doing hourly, we would do $40 per court per day. So it would be 20 courts times 40. Those are courts they're creating. So this is my proposal, but then when I just heard their comment, if we were really going to look at what we have for courts, you could say we have 4 tennis courts, 2 pickleball courts, and then if you're counting the basketball courts, there's technically 4 courts there that can be utilized since they are using all of them. So that would be 10 courts that are actually physical courts, but they're turning them into 20 courts. I did put in there a trash fee removal because we do pick up trash there. However, when we have events like that, it requires an extra trash pickup because there tends to be a lot of trash. And then I did put in administrative cleaning fee just because when we have a tournament like that, I know in particular I need to have someone on call because we ran out of toilet paper, the bathrooms need to be clean after each event, and so we did put that in there as well, just to make, because it is a big event. They are utilizing that pavilion area too, which most people go and have lunch there and hang out there, so that's monopolizing the whole facility.
So if I read your form here.
Yes.
For all that they're going to rent, full day is going to be the $800.
That is, so I based it on those 20 courts, if we were going to count the 20 courts they're creating. But if you're going to look at, if we realistically, the courts that we have, it would be 10. So
The only thing I think that we missed, and we had a discussion about this too, was what if somebody rented just the tennis courts?
yeah, I think we did on this sheet, we did pickleball courts only, and I think it was pickleball. It should have been pickleball slash tennis would be $80 a day for the 2 pickleball courts. So it would be $40, $40 if they're doing it. It's $40 per court. So you just count the courts they're using. So if they're taking all the tennis courts, that would be $40.
And I would like to change the 7 hours to 6 hours. So a half a day is under 6, and more than a half a day, a full day is over 6.
Okay.
I just think that that's more towards the middle of a 12-hour day. Divided by 2, 6.
You know, I think that we're making changes to this. The only one fee that I really would like us to decide on tonight is the full day fee, which will affect the pickleball tournaments. I've got issues about the other ones and how we're doing it. I just don't think this is really clear. I went back and you take a look at what we do for our water and sewer, it's all laid out and it's very clear. And so if we're going to have a trash fee, is that going to be a $10 trash fee? That should be here. If we're going to have administrative fee, is that going to be a $20 fee? Well, because the people who, I want to put this on the website. Yeah. And if I want to rent, I want to know all the charges that I'm going to have, and this doesn't provide it for me.
Well, the one thing about the trash fee, and we discussed that, is if you have a large event, you're going to have a lot of trash, and you might need to spend a lot of money getting rid of that trash. If you have a small event, like the Sadie Hawkins, you might have 2 trash barrels that need to be emptied. Do you charge somebody $20 for a trash fee a day when they have 5,000 people there?
But don't we have a staff that does the trash? We do down at the dockside.
So like I said, there is a regular trash pickup, but we found with this event in particular, it's so much trash that we had to do a second run on it.
Okay, so what would it cost for a second run?
That's what it is. It's $50. I talked to Steve about it. If they
Okay, so then the trash fee is $50 if there needs to be an additional trash run.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
But that's not on here. Okay? When I look at this sheet here, this is what I think will be posted on the website, just like our water and sewer rates.
Okay.
And so everything needs to be listed and clear. So if I want to go rent it, I go look on the website. This pops up. I know all the charges that I'm going to have to calculate.
Okay.
When they want to do it at a tournament.
So is it $50? Can I write that on this piece of paper?
50 bucks.
Does it not say that? Doesn't it say trash disposal fee per day, $50?
No,
ours is
I don't have one that
I
has
think-
it at
I think
all.
what happened is the original one you submitted did not have that.
Oh,
and
and I
then you
added
sent
it.
the updated one.
Oh,
Okay,
we're
I'm sorry.
talking
That's why I'm
about
like,
that.
what is going on here? I'm looking right at it. That's why I put my glasses on.
So trash,
I'm sorry.
trash disposal fee would be $50 for a day or for
That's why
the...
I'm saying, okay.
Yeah, is it $50 a day for trash extra? And then administrative fee is,
$60. Okay.
Okay.
That's okay. That's why we were having so much.
and that cleaning fee is only at the end or on a daily basis also?
Well, we will monitor it, but we clean it when they're not there, obviously, to make sure it's clean for the next day. So they usually come in at night after the event.
So I think Brian's question is right. If we have a 4-day event and the pickleball and they're there, are we going to, after day 1, come in with cleaning and day 2 with cleaning and day 3 with cleaning?
Yeah, for that one we do because it's heavily used. Typically, I have my cleaning on a rotation, but for that one, we have to come in extra to clean it. So yes, we would for that one. I wouldn't do it on the days they're setting up. It would just be for those, I think, the 3
days in the
days the
middle.
tournament is running.
So is it safe to say $50 a day?
That one's $60 for, yeah.
$60
Yeah, because I
a
think
day.
they're not
Per
going to need
day.
more than one.
$60
Per
day.
Yep, per day.
Done.
Right.
Okay. I have a question. Given all of this, how much is the Sadie Hawkins Day going to cost?
That one, they're not using all of it. So they're using the 4 courts plus the 2 pickleball courts. So you would do the 40 times 6,
Times
6 courts.
So it'd be
$240.
$240.
Plus cleaning,
No, that comes
No,
on top.
'cause- yeah,
$240.
$240.
because they don't have as many people.
Sadie Hawkins Day is
100.
$240.
But so that we don't do any extra trash there and we
I
don't
don't
do
think
any
they
extra
accumulate
cleaning.
any more trash because we do have that one cleanup already. So we are getting
Okay.
trash. I think when you have a big event, that requires an extra pickup.
So that's 240 based on it. So somewheres we need to write on here, it is $40 per court, and that's not written here. So that should be here somewheres. Here's the next question, and I asked you this before. Are we saying that you have to have a temporary event permit to rent these courts?
Yes.
Okay.
This is for, I believe I created this that we can edit if necessary.
So on the bottom of this sheet that
It
you
should
have there, it should say temporary event permit required under Chapter 156 of the town ordinance, and and you must be a nonprofit. That's what that does. So that means a business cannot come in and rent those courts.
Right, we have Level
Okay,
Up who's
just wanted to
interested. Level Up is interested, and I think 2 years ago, we might have rented to them for a fee, but I think Amy reached out to them and said they needed to have a nonprofit if we're still following that rule, and I think we have decided we are, correct?
I just wanted to make sure we're clear,
Okay.
because that tournament went up and rented our Pop Whalen.
Right, and now they wanted to come back, and so that's why I was like, I'm not sure, because you need to have a nonprofit.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so we got that all straightened out. Sure, Dave.
Some discussion about what's a full day.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said change it to 6 hours.
Yep.
Is that part of it as well?
Change that on the sheet?
6 hours.
Yep, yes.
6 hours instead of 7.
So, and then is a half day is less than 6 hours?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I just thought if you go to almost 7 hours, that's a real long half-day.
I would just like the board to vote on that, please.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we change the full day definition to more than 6 hours, and the half day as defined as less than 6 hours.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Sure.
Aye. Okay. Is there anything else? So,
So I just have a question.
sure.
So my question is, for that full-day rental, do I base it on the physical courts we have? Like, I was basing it on they're creating 20 courts for their tournament, but do I base it on 10 courts?
They really heavily use that facility, is my feeling.
Okay, so we
You
should
know,
base it on that.
So we're talking about also they're creating courts on the tennis courts, but they're creating courts on
basketball
our
court.
basketball
Yep,
courts. So
agreed.
another one, we might want to do it another way, but this is
Okay.
this is very heavily
Understood, I
used.
just wanted clarity.
Yeah, and it's costing us $46,000 to resurface that court, and that's part of why we are
Yes.
looking at raising these fees, because of the wear and tear on those courts, and all of them will get
Right.
resurfaced, along with the 2 pickleball courts. All of it is going to be resurfaced.
Yes, and the basketball courts. That's
all of it. Yep.
I just want to say that this is for the temporary event, and it's still first come, first serve for anyone who shows up at those courts, just so people are aware for the public, right?
Say that again.
The fees we're imposing are for temporary events only. The regular courts are just used first come, first serve for the
We're
public.
not changing that.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
I thought
just
you were
wanted that-
adding it to
No, I
this.
just wanted them to know,
Yes,
the public, yes.
Yeah.
And the reason why the 20 courts, because if another group comes and wants to set up and have a tournament with only 12 pickleball courts, but they're using up the same amount of space because they spread it out a little or something like that, they should be charged per court. And that's the way it should work.
Okay, so let me see if I've got everything that changes. Somewhere's on here, it should say $40 per court. That is how we're basing the fee. The full day fees will be more than 6 hours, and it'll be $800. The half-day fee will be less than 6 hours, will be $400. To rent the 2 pickleball courts for a day is $80, so we have to put that for the 2. Our trash disposal is $50 per day. Our administrative fee is $60 per day. Rental rates per day unless otherwise noted. Additional information is listed on the website with the rules. A temporary event permit, Chapter 156 is required, and you must be a nonprofit. Do I have everything?
Yep.
Okay. Board members, that is what we're going to need to approve. I'll make a motion to approve those rates.
Second.
Okay, I made the motion, Brian second. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Dave? Yep,
The hours,
Yes. I'll edit that.
correct. Okay, we need an updated sheet,
Yes,
okay?
and I'll update this sheet as well, so we
Yes.
can put it,
that's on
And
the
then-
special temporary event.
yeah.
Yes. So we're going to approve it, and we're going to get updated sheets.
Correct.
All righty. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. We've got that. Thank you, Christine. All right, next item on the agenda is Wolfeboro Waters Smith River Dam, and that's going to be presented.
Good evening. I'm Rich Massey, and I'm a member of the Wolfeboro Waters Committee. I expect most members of the board know that Wolfeboro Waters is a group of about a dozen or so citizens of town appointed by the board to provide input on water quality issues. The document that we provided the board with addresses a specific issue with that involves Lake Wentworth, Crescent Lake, the Smith River, Back Bay, and Wolfeboro Bay. And it specifically has to do with issues that arise when management of the Crescent Lake Dam causes the Smith River to dry up completely. And I'm sure we've all seen it. If you drive through Wolfeboro Falls at certain times of the year, you may find that for days or even for extended periods, there are times when you're looking at the rock base of the riverbed and nothing else in there. And the problem with that, of course, is that obviously everything that was in that river prior to that shutdown is dead, that we basically kill off the river anytime we do that. That happens as an unintended consequence of a DES order that was issued in 1991 and then reaffirmed in 1993. And that intended to regulate the level of the lakes behind the dam. At the time, there really was no consideration given to what impact the management of the dam would have on the river and the bodies of water that are downstream. My suspicion is that if DES were issuing that order today, it would be a somewhat different order and would not neglect to mention or to arrange for some minimum flow in the river. The proposal that you have before you suggests that this is an issue that the town should probably take some initiative on. You're getting this proposal from Wolfeboro Waters, and we have a moderately developed proposal in terms of how the town might proceed to deal with this issue. But there's actually nothing to prevent any private citizen, anybody at all, from going to the state and saying, why is this happening? Why is the river being allowed to dry up periodically, resulting in the elimination, basically, of all the aquatic life in it? I think it's also arguable that when we close off the Smith River, we basically close off Lake Wentworth and Crescent Lake from Back Bay and from Wolfeboro Bay. And that has an impact on all those bodies of water. Anecdotally, we know that from the people who do the diving in the lakes to deal with milfoil, that at periods when the dam is closed, the water is murkier. And that just stands to reason. Those lakes evolved, the environment of those lakes evolved over thousands of years with flow as part of the process. When we cut off that flow, we basically change that environment. What Wolfeboro Waters is proposing is not that, it's not a specific solution. What it is, rather, is we're asking the town to consider opening a discussion around whether this is a problem that should be addressed, who should be involved in the discussions, because there are a lot of stakeholders here, both behind the dam and below the dam, and bringing everyone together to see if there isn't some possibility of finding a way to live within the order that DES provided in the early 1990s, at the same time that we do something that that order did not do, and that is take into account the impact of closing the dam on the river and the water bodies below it. In doing this, in doing the work in preparation for this, we asked Steve Randall to be involved, and he was part of the discussions that we've had, and I expect he may have something to provide on his own. But on the whole, we're not proposing a specific solution. We're asking the town to begin to address the issue and not wait until someone else comes along and says, you need to look at this. In that case, the town is going to be much less in the driver's seat than it could be if it took the initiative now and itself organized all the stakeholders.
Yeah, and also we had done some preliminary Wolfeboro Waters discussion with DES and Fish and Game, and they were interested in having this discussion.
Right. The way that worked out is there is a program in the state of New Hampshire called the In-Stream Flow Program. It manages, I believe, about 12.5 designated rivers. And there's a specific bureau within DES that manages those rivers, does studies on minimum flow, and then provides input on how they should be managed. What we initially did was we simply went to Wayne Ives, I believe is his name, the manager of that program, and said, what can you tell us about this process? We don't know a whole lot about flow management, and we'd like to understand it, so that we had some context for this discussion. What Mr. Ives did was, he said, although this is his kind of work, the Smith River is not within his bailiwick to address, and so he put the issue to other groups within DES. Basically, he brought in other groups from DES to have that conversation. We ended up with the Water Division, which manages the Dam Bureau. And our question to them when they finally responded was, look, if there was a discussion about this question, would you be interested in being at the table? Would you be interested in being part of the discussion? And they said, yes, they would. The same question, we put the same question to Fish and Game. Probably most of us know, Fish and Game stocks that stream, that river, many years. For all I know, maybe every year. And I have it just from conversations I've had with Fish and Game people that they are not happy when they see the river completely dried up, because that means whatever stocking they did is basically thrown away at that point. If there were any surviving fish in the stream, they're gone. So they have expressed an interest in wanting to sit down and be part of the conversation. Even though these are state agencies, my view is that if the town takes the initiative in having these discussions, we're much more in the driver's seat, we're much more in a position to decide who the stakeholders are and to frame the conversation than if we have the state, somebody at the state level, because of complaints or some other reason, deciding that this is something that needs to be looked at. And so that would be why we would urge the board to take an initiative and organize those discussions. Our proposal specifically is to have the town manager and the director of public works pretty much lead those discussions, invite others to the table, and see where it goes from there, with the idea of being to live within the order the DES has provided, so that we're not violating it, we're not starting all the overhead of a big reevaluation of the dam management. Nothing like that involved. Simply asking whether living within those constraints that were provided in 1991 1991, 1993, whether we can live within those constraints and still find a way not to completely cut off the river and do all the damage that does.
So I have a question. What group at DES made those determinations in 91 and 93?
It's the, what have I got here? I think it's the Water Division. Same people who are responding right now. I haven't got the exact name of the group. It's probably...
Yes, he's the head of that.
Yeah, so it's the Water Division, I think.
But wasn't also there a lawsuit that helped set the heights?
It was.
Yeah, that's correct. There were several lawsuits over the years, but I think the lawsuit may have come after the DES order.
Okay.
I can't remember what exactly the link was between the two. But in any case, I think the determination of lake level in the early 90s came from a petition from people on Wentworth and Crescent.
I think we need to go back to DES. We need to look at their determination. We need to have them tell us if those determinations still fit today, which is 32 and 33 years later, and have them tell us if they were to do the same determinations today, would they be the same? Would something be different?
Well, I think that's part of sitting down with DES and Fish and Game and having the discussion. That's what I think they're talking about right now. Do it as a group to see if we can start the discussion and see where it goes. The reason Wolfeboro Waters sent this overview was to give the board some understanding about the river, about the height of the dam, the different ways the river has been used over history. So I thought it was very well done.
I think what I would say in response to that is, I think you would find that DES, and I think Julie Brown will probably speak to this, DES is not anxious to do another determination of lake levels. Those things are a fair amount of effort.
A lot of work.
And what we've proposed here is a way to live within that determination, but asking whether DES would view allowing a minimum flow in the river, whether that would fall within the spirit and the letter of that determination. That's basically what we're asking DES to do. There's nothing in the determination itself that speaks to the river. It doesn't describe any need for a minimum flow or anything. However, the dam operator's manual is probably the biggest catch, because it says that the purpose of the operation of the dam is to maintain water levels on the lakes for recreational purposes. I think what we would be asking DES to do, if they were involved, is to say whether they could see a broader understanding, a broader interpretation of the dam management, not simply restricted to benefiting the people above the dam, but benefiting uses below the dam as well. As I say, I think Julie may want to address that, but you're not going to, I don't believe, get DES to do a full-blown determination again.
Julie, do you want to add something here?
Not mine. Good evening, Julie Brown, Wentworth Watershed Association. Thank you, Rich. I think you've done a good job of highlighting. I have also sit on Wolfeboro Water Subcommittee, And we have been looking at this issue and talking to a lot of the stakeholders. And we've come to you tonight to talk to you about the fact that we're looking at this issue because we realize it is an issue. On behalf of the Wentworth Watershed Association, I can safely say that lake levels is a very contentious issue. We are not looking to reevaluate the lake levels. The stakeholders are, people have feelings in both directions, and so working within that parameter is really important, but also having had conversations with DES many times over the past 8 years in this position, they are not doing any lake level reevaluations throughout the state period. They do not have the staff to do so. They just finished one for a lake and it took 10 years to complete the process and they do not have the staff to do so. So that is not really within the parameters at this juncture to be looking at that. As we're looking at this, one of the reasons this issue has come up is Lake Wentworth Association or Wentworth Watershed Association tests the water coming out off of the dam on the other side, and we have for many, many years, and we are, and as the outcome for the Wolfeboro Bay Watershed Management Plan, we give a lot of phosphorus to Lake Winnipesaukee because we're one of the largest areas for Wolfeboro Bay that we're giving a lot of that phosphorus nutrients through that dam. And every time that water is shut off, those nutrients are piling up and then it's getting, when the water flows, it flushes down. Also, when Crescent Lake is completely shut off, it stops the flow and the flushing rates of Crescent Lake, which further holds in the phosphorus in Crescent Lake, which creates more opportunities for cyanobacteria growth. And so it's really important to keep that flushing rate happening for visibility, for safety, for our divers who are eliminating milfoil. And so it's really important on both sides of the dam that there's constant flow. And so what we want to do is bring together all the stakeholders. We have talked, we have a wonderful partner, Bob Spear, who used to be the dam operator. He will be on the top of the list of stakeholders to talk about the nuances of working within those parameters to keep that flow going. Talking to Fish and Game, working with key members from the Wentworth Watershed Association, Crescent Lake members, also working with people from the Lake Winnipesaukee Association, Wolfeboro Bay people who are along Smith River. There's a lot of stakeholders, but as you go to the Wright Museum and you see over this past summer during a drought year, the dam was totally shut off. And it was, in my opinion, really concerning. And I had people coming into my office asking questions about it. And so we need to be able to function and figure out how we can all benefit and work within the parameters of the state and put together stakeholders, try some things out, work collaboratively within the letter of the law. So everybody still has the lake levels where they're supposed to be, but try to have a balance for our ecosystems. And so Wolfeboro Waters is coming to the board to say, hey, there's a problem. We all want to work collectively, and we would like your support in putting together these stakeholders and to start trying to work on the nuances of this. And we're putting together a lot of really smart, engaged people who are excited about the possibilities of managing for all recreation uses. So I think that's it.
Sounds good. Board members, do you have any questions?
I have a couple.
Okay.
Rich, thanks for writing this. You okay?
Yep.
Thanks for writing this. This is very well done. So I've tried to get caught up on it, and it does sound like, to Julie's point, it's been a little bit of a back and forth over the years. So I find something that, forgive me, I'm going to try to make this so that I can process it, okay? You got a big body of water, Wentworth. It chews up a lot of phosphorus, some amount of phosphorus, goes over the spillway, goes down the Smith River, out into Wolfeboro Bay. Not disputed, right? Not disputed.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. Goes through Crescent and then out to Wolfeboro Bay. Not disputed. Okay. You have folks in between the two water bodies, Wentworth and Crescent, and then ultimately in, that have expressed concern, and I may be wrong, but have expressed concern over the years of the flow getting a little high. I saw a lawsuit, 1999, Sanford, withdrew some easement or something. So the people in the middle are saying, hey, wait a second, if you mess around with the water level, I don't like it. So we got that stuff going on. So you got stakeholders in the middle that might have some agita about this, stipulated, right? I don't know how the town of Wolfeboro fared in that lawsuit. I don't know whether we won it or lost it, but the good news is Mark Puffer, Freddie Flaherty was involved in that one. The concern about the fact that we have a dry water body and killing stuff is pretty obvious, right? It looks ugly. And then all that stuff ultimately goes into Back Bay. All that dead stuff's going into Back Bay, whatever it is. So is the ask, now that I've done my stupid analogy, is the ask that you want to keep the lake levels the same, but you want to mess around with what's going over the spillway? Is that the simple ask?
Well, not exactly. What we wanted, you're partly right in the sense that what we're proposing is DES. Unfortunately, I sent the town a digital file.
Yeah, it was great.
All right, were you able to do that?
Yeah.
Because I think if you looked at that,
I launched the hot links.
Okay, you could see there were a lot of links in it. So what we're proposing is to keep things simple, live within the 1991-93 order.
Yeah.
So in that sense, you're right. Keep the lake levels.
534.7 is the number, right? Whatever the number is. Yeah,
530. It's actually a range, right? It's a range, and the top limit is obviously the top of the dam.
Yep.
You get that high, water goes over it. It starts to go over the lower spillway, much sooner than that. But so DES basically said a foot below that main spillway and the top of the dam is the range we want you to operate in.
And that's your graph.
Right. We're not proposing to change any of that.
Yep.
The only change is that when the water gets below that main spillway and the gate is closed, there's no water in the river. At that point, all the things we've talked about happen. What we're proposing is that in discussions with DES and Fish and Game and all the other stakeholders, we see if we can't find a way to live within those levels, proposed levels, but open the dam to some extent that is yet to be determined to make sure that there's never no water in the river.
So the predicate here is you'd like to have some kind of a resolution or disposition that says the Smith River will have a standing level of a range in a subject to seasonality and all that other kind of stuff.
Flow.
And maintain some kind of flow. And you'll take care of getting rid of the phosphorus. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's basically it. So the hard part would be if you were saying to DES, all these levels, they're causing us problems. We want you to go back from scratch and reset them. It's been 32 years since you did it. It's about time you look at these water levels again.
Right.
That's the part we're saying, we're not asking that, and we know DES wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
We're saying we'll live within those levels, but can you add as kind of a coda, an addition to that agreement, a stipulation that says, as long as you're within those levels, you should maintain, let's say, and I'm going to throw a number out, 18 cubic feet per second going into the river. If it's going over the spillway, no question, it's going over the spillway. You don't have to manage it.
Sure.
The only problem occurs when
goes down.
you get below that main spillway and you haven't opened the gate. And at that point, basically the agreement would say you open it enough, however that might be, an inch and a half, 2 inches, I don't know, so that there's always 18 cubic feet, and again, that's a number I'm
Top
giving
of
you,
your head, yep.
per second going into the river, at a minimum. That's a minimum. And that's really, I think, the whole discussion. When you do that, then you begin to eliminate that problem we're talking about in the river itself.
Yep.
And you're beginning to deal with some of the issues that Julie talked about with in the lakes above the dam and with the water bodies below. I think that we mentioned in here, you know, the watershed of Wolfeboro Bay is, I don't know, 56 square miles, if I remember correctly. And the watershed of Lake Wentworth, which is the main contributor to Wolfeboro Bay, Back Bay, that's like 36 square miles. When you cut off that river, you've cut off Wolfeboro Bay from over 60% of its watershed. It didn't evolve that way to be that way, and that has to have impacts on it, particularly in periods when it gets very warm and you know, you've got no movement of the water. And so in some ways dealing with this is a way of dealing with a lot of issues that affect our water bodies. Probably three of the most important ones we have in town.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make one final clarification. The water in Lake Wentworth and Crescent Lake is oligotrophic. It's very, very, very clean, clear water. And when we give the water, all of the fresh waters have phosphorus, and we are redoing our watershed management plan right now to continue to address our issues. And we partner with Lake Winnipesaukee Association, and we want to continue that partnership to make sure that we're really addressing what the outcomes were of the Wolfeboro Bay watershed management plan, and we're looking at collaborating collectively. And the key component here is if we're breaking it down to very simple terms, we're looking at maintaining the flow in Smith River after the dam, because Smith River also exists between the two lakes. So I want to clarify, there's a Smith River between Crescent Lake and Lake Wentworth.
Correct.
We're talking about over the dam, maintaining the flow, but remaining within the lake level restrictions or requirements as per the requirements through DES, just for the people who are listening from afar.
And I just also want to say that the Lake Winnipesaukee Alliance is a member of Wolfeboro Waters. They're fully aware of what we're talking about
And they've been
here.
part of the conversation as well. So,
Okay, I think
Julie.
Steve is here.
I'd like to just add a couple little things. These guys pretty much handled everything, but from a public works standpoint, we are very much on board with trying to keep that minimum flow. Last year, when we did shut it down, there was a lot of back and forth in amongst us on that. But we have this, you know, April 15th, we have to do this. These dates, these are hard and fast from that. And somebody once told me a couple years ago when I started that regardless of what decision we make on that lake, 50% of the people are going to hate me and the other 50% are going to love me. Correct. And overall, it's, you know, so if we can make this work, and then from our standpoint, it will be very important to have all of you guys there to at least so that when we make those decisions to keep that open and the phone calls come through, we can say, yes, we understand, but this is what we are doing now going forward. So that's, from our perspective, that's what we will be looking for. But if we can, you know, I think this is very important to find a way to make this work. And I think it can. Last year, when we did shut it down, we were down 4 or 5 inches below the high mark. So we had room to go with that. But again, once you open it, you have that 50% of the people saying you shouldn't have the dam open, because, and they're not wrong. So trying to find that balance in there will be huge. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Board members, are you in support of us getting involved in a conversation on trying to keep water in Smith River as proposed by Wolfeboro Waters?
I'd say absolutely.
Okay, so yes, Dave, yes, Brad.
Mr. Pinio, your advice?
I just would like a motion from the board to give me and Steve direction to move forward according to the memo provided by Mr. Massey.
I support what the memo says.
Brian?
The only thing is, I'm in support of it, but I'd like to know exactly who the people coming to the table are as soon as we get definitive answers on who's going to be there.
Okay, we can
want a
get that.
roster
I'm
and
just
names?
trying to get a general, and we'll get a motion
I'd be
that,
okay with that, too.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that. You know, have a roster of names.
we
Yeah,
will. I'm
yeah.
just trying to get this part.
Thanks, Linda.
Move forward. So
Okay.
I would like to make a motion that we move forward with the proposal to sit down at the table with DES, Fish and Game, Steve Randall, town managers, and other individuals to talk about the ability of the town to regulate the dam in order to keep water in Smith River.
Is that going to include the Wolfeboro Waters? Is that going to include the Lake Wentworth Watershed Association?
I'm just saying you're asking who's going to be in that
Is
roster.
that going to include DES?
Well, I did DES, I did Fish and Game, I did Steve Randall's, I did the town manager. You know, which stakeholders, I think that's something we are still going to need to talk about. I'm just trying to get this first piece done, and then we can come back and do the stakeholders.
Okay.
And they may
I'd
vary.
be comfortable with Wolfeboro Waters, you know, collecting the stakeholder group, identifying who they should be.
And coming back,
Running point on that. I'm not smart enough to sit here and know who that should be, other than you got people all along that flow that are going to have a need to have a say.
and as Wolfeboro Waters came to you with this, they will come to you with that, because they respond to. So do I have a second to my motion? Okay, Paul, second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
And so
Nice job.
we will need to come back with a list of how we want to form that committee.
Nice job, Rich.
Just a matter of information, I just gave Mr. Deshays and Mr. Pinio communications from Fish and Game and Water Division at DES, identifying the people they would like to represent the agencies in those discussions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Rich. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Jim, did you get enough what you needed? Okay.
I do.
Next item on the agenda is the sewer fund capital, and Jim, I think you're the one who wrote the memo, so I'll turn
So
it
there was
over
a
to you.
question at a meeting or two ago regarding the sewer fund, wastewater treatment plant capital reserve fund, and whether or not it was established and funded legally. Did a little bit of research. I was able to find that the reserve fund was established in the 2014 warrant. Attorney Puffer at the time, on November 22nd, 2013, advised that it was a permissible purpose for establishing the capital reserve fund. And I would also note that there are two ways to really create the capital reserve fund for specifically enterprise funds. One can be done specifically under RSA 149I-10, which is the sewer fund, and that can be established by warrant article submitted to the governing body, or to the legislative body, rather. And additionally, one can be established with authority of the Board of Selectmen. If there's a surplus of funds remaining, the board, as the overseers of that fund, can transfer the monies into a capital reserve fund if there's a surplus. That was actually done, in 2018, I believe it was, with the water fund, and we have about $56,000 in that account. Additionally, under RSA 35-1, it is clear that the capital reserve fund, which is established by taxation, can be done by such, simply by informing the legislative body and putting out what the estimated tax rate impact is. Going forward, if we ever were in a position where we wanted to create, or if we had a balance of funds in the sewer fund, we would not want to commingle those funds in the ones established under general taxation. We want to create a secondary capital reserve fund. But the long and short of it is the capital reserve fund was established legally and has been funded legally since its inception. I did provide you the attorney letter from Attorney Puffer from November 2013. I provided you a copy of the sewer statute 149I, and I provided you with a copy of RSA 35, which lays out the capital reserve funds, and the documents as to the establishment of the fund in 2014 by the warrant article language. And I think that summarizes the overview of the establishment of the capital reserve fund, which was done legally and maintains being legal going forward. Can I answer any questions you might have?
So, Jim, I thank you very much, because that's what I was looking for. I had looked at 149, and I had looked at 35.1 and 35.7. 35.7 builds off of 35.1 and says that if the governing body creates a fund for the sewer fund, an enterprise fund for the sewer, that it has to use only the surplus from the rates. What I was looking for, and Linda looked too, was a copy of a warrant article that had happened, because I needed to make sure, because people had been coming to me and saying, was this voted on by the legislature, which means by a town vote by the voters. And I thank you for finding that and clarifying it so that I can tell people that, yes, we fund our sewer department correctly.
Well, I guess I have an issue here, because when you put this on the table at the last meeting, the board said that we wanted to read it before we went and got town attorney's opinion. Yep. That was my understanding. Yep. And if I look at the February 5th minutes, and it's on page 4, Mr. DeShays reached out to the New Hampshire Municipal Association on Enterprise Fund and received an unsatisfactory answer, and called DRA and was waiting for an answer on what portion of the sewer operation expenses can be funded with bonds, state revolving fund, general taxation, and enterprise fund. And I guess my feeling is, whenever we have a question, I think we as a board need to decide whether we want to use taxpayers' money to get a legal opinion, or, as Mr. Pinio was able to find, whether we had documents ourselves within the town, and we had them. Yeah. You know, we had an opinion by Mark Puffer, I think in 2014, that said it was permissible. So I just am saying I think it's important that we get attorney's opinion when we need it, but we as a board should look to see when we should get it and when we shouldn't get it.
Oh yeah, and
that's why I was surprised that we had already gotten the opinion, because that was not my understanding.
So I was surprised when I asked, and I couldn't initially get a good response to, have we had a warrant article that created that enterprise fund? And I did a lot of work to understand how a sewer enterprise fund works, and I think that was valuable information for me to gather.
Okay, and I think this is one of the big problems that we have here, and I think you point out is that we need to educate again. I can go back to all these books and all these things that I have from 2000. I understand it. Dave Ford did an excellent job of teaching the board, and I think we need to go back and do that so that you and Paul and John have that same kind of information that we have.
Well,
And I think that's important.
The interesting thing is that I asked you specifically, Linda, to find a warrant article, because you said there was one for that, and you said you could not find one.
No, when we were talking about what we were finding, whether there was a warrant article that talked about the percentage that we were.
That's not what I was asking. I asked
Well,
you
then I
specifically-
misunderstood you, because when I went back to the 2005 special meeting, it was talking about what capital projects were going to go in to the rate and whether we wanted a 50-50 break. That's what I could tell you, and that's what I found. And I did look it up for you, Brian.
Yeah,
But that's all
I did
found.
specifically ask, are we funding the sewer project correctly by having a enterprise fund? And you said, I believed it was voted on sometime, but you couldn't find the vote. And that's why I thank Jim for finding that 2014 election warrant article, that now I'm comfortable, and I can tell people that come to me and ask me, are we funding our sewer enterprise fund correctly? I can tell them yes, because that's what I should be able to do.
Yes, and I think we need to spend more time getting that kind of education to you and to the public. Because I think when Dave Ford was here, we would get these reports, and he would go over them with us. And we learned how we set the rates for our water and sewer. What was the gallon rate? What was the unit rate? When we changed the unit rate, and we could change that a little bit, and then maybe we wanted to change the gallon rate more. We went through all that, and I don't think that is being spoken today. And I think that's kind of what Paul was talking about, is getting more education out there. So, any other discussion? All righty. Let's go on to the next one. That is posting of town roads, the annual process.
So Steve Randall's here to, hopefully as we're approaching spring, prepare for road bans, weight restrictions on town roadways, and I believe he's got the list of streets and whatnot.
Good evening
For your
again.
consideration.
It's that time of year. We are looking to put the postings up. When I originally wrote the memo to you last week, we were still fluctuating on our dates. They will go into effect on Monday morning. We're going to start to hang the signs over the next 2 days. Every town road not in the center village will have a posting on it. As we have done over the last few years, it's a very simple process for anybody that wants to come into town. You just call, you get a pass permit, and you can come through. We don't typically stop any construction that is happening anywhere around. There is some limitations to them. It's pretty well standard practice here and everywhere else in town, or any other towns. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Yeah, I would like a list of those roads, which we usually get every year, because I want the public to be able to look at that list. You know, I know Pleasant Valley is, but Crossroads isn't coming in. So I think that it is important that we get that list.
We'll email that out to you tomorrow, and it's going to go up on the website anyway.
Okay. That would be great.
No problem.
And it's based on a weight limit.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions or concerns? Paul? Okay.
Steve, I know this is outside of your remit. You talked to the folks at the state, Route 109. I don't know if they're going to have to mark that as heavy load, but the, what do we call those things? The heaves, the frost heaves, they're back.
Are you talking 109A?
Yeah, I'm talking out to Abenaki. They're back. I mean,
Yes.
I practice going down there and hitting my head on my Jeep. So they're back, even though we just freshly, I don't know if you just want to let them know. I know.
They
You do
skimmed it.
shim coat. I got it.
They just shimmed it.
I got
Hey,
it.
that's always
But
been the way to
it
the
is.
rink.
That was on the road service management plan for the past 10 years. But
But
just
that's
let
the
them know it's a
state.
mess.
Yep. And they know, I talk with them quite often.
It's a mess. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's not as much of a mess because you don't have the rolls and the potholes.
They're coming.
Give it another year.
No,
Yeah.
there's one beginning, right
Is
out
there?
by, right out by Sugar Hill. There's
Okay.
one beginning, so it'd be nice.
That one's there every year.
Yeah.
Every year, yeah.
Yep, yep,
And there's a good one on Beach Pond, too.
okay.
There is, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any more questions or comments on the road posting? Because I'm going to need a motion.
Make a motion that we approve the Public Works Department to post the roads as indicated in the, starting next Monday, with the signs start going up
Okay,
this
Monday.
week.
What is the date? Let's get a date here.
10th. The 10th.
Okay,
Second?
the 10th. Okay, we got Paul. We got a motion by Brad, second by Paul, that these will be posted Monday, the 10th. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
The next item on the agenda is the school funding letter, and that was a question I had asked Jim to investigate. We had gotten a letter asking us to sign the local elected leaders school board funding letter, and I asked whether it was going to come in contact with the Education Coalition that we are part of. Jim?
Yeah, so I did, the interesting thing about this letter is there are a significant number of hyperlinks attached to it. You open a couple of these links up, and there are a few which appear to be in direct conflict with the New Hampshire Education Coalition Communities 2.0. I followed that up with a telephone call to the chair of the committee and asked a question point blank of him. Would you recommend the town of Wolfeboro sign the letter or not? And his immediate response after he read the letter was, I would not recommend the town of Wolfeboro sign this letter. I think there's some good things in the letter, but I also think that it puts you as the Board of Selectmen in a weird position based on some of these items being in conflict with 2.0. And us being a 2.0 community.
Mm-hmm.
So I would suggest you not sign it.
All righty. Do you want a motion? Or we can just leave it as is? Board members, anybody have any questions or concerns?
Well, I read this, and I read this a little bit different. And how I read it a little bit different is the majority of the people that signed this were school boards and school board members. It's probably an 80 or 90% school board members compared to governing bodies of towns. I think that if we were to do anything with this, we should push it on to our school board. If they haven't seen it, let the school board see it. Let them make a determination if they want to be involved in it.
Concur.
I don't have any problem pushing it off to the school board, you know. Jim, do you want to forward it on to the superintendent's office and for the school board?
I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yeah, let them look at it, and if the school board decides that they're all for it, they can explain to us their reasoning, and maybe we can revisit it.
Well, they're not in the coalition. Part of the problem is we're in the coalition, they're not in the coalition, so that's the difference. We're using taxpayers' money for the coalition. Okay, everybody comfortable with that? We'll move on. Next item on the agenda is an appointment by Derek Brown, Building Policies and Procedures. Mr. Brown?
Good evening. I'm assuming from the correspondence I had with Amy on Friday afternoon, you got the update to the agenda.
I only have that. I don't have another
You'll
thing.
have to speak to Amy. She asked for a Friday afternoon update, and I gave her one.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have that.
Well, I'll just give you like a 15-second what the change was and
Okay.
why.
Okay.
Okay. With all the changes currently going on in the building department, I thought it might not be the best topic right now to try to get conclusive conversation with. So I'm going to expand on something I've been working on for a little while, Thank you. Again, Derek Brown, taxpayer here in Wolfeboro, live on Libby Street. At the deliberative session, I listened keenly to some of the topics about sewer and what was going on with rates and such around town and how money was being spent. And it led me to look a little further into a rather technical topic that I was struggling with how to describe. And I think I kind of came up with an idea so more people could follow along. So I'll do my best to stay on point with you guys. Thank you for the time. I know it's late for many people. Hopefully some people at home are still awake. But okay, as I understand it, and please adjust anything that I might have here. I think I'm pretty accurate, but again, some of this stuff may be a little foggy. In the deliberative session of 2023, there was a request made for a bond for $1 million to build a sewer line extension for both Varney Road and Forest Road. Does anybody want to confirm that that is correct? I think it is.
There was
Great.
I think it was 2023, but yes,
Correct.
there was
Correct. It was 220.
Yeah,
It
there
was
was
223.
around $1 million to
Correct.
do that. Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. This question is first, and I'm just going to ask a few questions here of you guys so that I can kind of take it from there, if you will, based on what you guys think is correct or not, if that helps. First is to Mr. Harriman. What is the status? As I understand, you kind of ran that project overall.
I oversaw the installation of
Okay,
this.
cool. Great, thank you. What's the status of it at this time on Forest Road? Is it complete, near complete? Where are we at?
It's complete.
It's complete, okay. All right. Mr. Pinio, question for you. How many are connected on Forest Road at this time?
Steve, are you sure? Do you know? I'm not aware.
Okay. On Forest Road. Currently connected to the new system. Just to be, I guess, again, very confusing topic, my apologies, are currently, yeah, thanks, Steve, go ahead.
So our current records have, of the people within the 100-foot boundary, we have 5 that have been paid to hook up. There is one more that I spoke with last week that is just waiting for the frost, and they will be done within the next couple weeks, which would bring it to 6. Of the possible 2, 4, 6, of the 7 within the 100-foot boundary.
According to town records, there's 1 that's actually hooked up. Okay? So there's a slight discrepancy, I think one would agree. And again, I'd love to see an update that says there actually is 6 hooked up, because from the people I've spoken to and the records I've received and acquired, there's actually 1. Does anybody have a number? I've heard many, for how many people at the time this project was proposed, long before breaking ground. I heard a number of, and again, Mr. Randall, if you have any data as well, I heard a number of 12, I heard 6, I heard 36, I heard 21. Is the number closer to 7, or is it closer to 30-something that are on the extension of Forest Road?
So what we have is this list of properties right here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 19 from where it ends to where it connected it. There's 19 properties. Not all of them are within the 100-foot limit. Some are beyond the 100-foot limit, and that's how we broke it out. I can tell you everybody got their letters, they got the criteria, and they got that hookup. So this update I got from our billing office about 4 hours ago. So as of that time, there is 5 paid, ready to roll, hooked up people on that system, with 1 more set to go as soon as the frost comes out of the ground. That answers that.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the number's 19. Okay. So the system is installed. Who does the sign off? Is that you, Mr. Harriman, or is that Mr. Randall, of the system being done?
I didn't do any sign off on it. We had testing done on it, or take that back, the contractor had pressure testing done on that to get it to pass the testing.
Okay.
Had parameters within, the guidelines of what's required. Once that is done, then it's declared whatever date that happened on. I don't recall what the date was on that right now, Derek, but from that date moving forward would be, the clock ticking on the hookup dates.
Okay, so, cool. Okay.
So the pressure test was done at the end of April of '24. The project was officially completed in the end of October of '24, after they did the punch list, their paving, and all the final stuff. System has been pressurized, the system has been tested. So I could probably answer these if, if I knew where you were going.
Well, I'm trying to follow the trail. I'm about to get there. Thank you. So, okay, this last week and a half, I had a lot of conversation with DES because I was trying to understand this system, because I have a number of close friends that live in that area, and there's a lot of concerns. One of them's here tonight, and I'm going to give him a moment to read a concern that he has brought up, and it remains unanswered. But the reason I called DES is I wanted to understand the system a little better from an outside source that probably has a pretty good idea of how these should be done and things that should be concerned. In the data, there is a particular section that was of interest to me that defines the hydraulic pressures of how the pumps in these systems will work, and in particular, in the low-lying area near the Cary Beach area, because that's the long area that's got to do all the pumping uphill. And that area is marginal in the performance data. So that led to a lot of questions. It led to questions of, we have to make certain assumptions here at the state because we do not inspect, we don't have enough manpower to go out and do all this work ourselves. So we rely on the designee, which in this case is Mr. Randall, to say, okay, I've got the emails that say that's what it is. So if you have a comment, please step up to the mic.
This town project was for the main and the main only. Correct. We only own to the shutoffs.
Understood.
So it was designed with a certain set of pump spec regulations, but we have no authority over you putting the pump in. So I just want to be clear on that, because
I'm not suggesting.
That's what that sounded like. So we don't.
Why don't you let one of them, let's not get into this.
So
That doesn't get us anywhere.
We don't inspect the pumps, we don't install the pumps, we don't control the pumps. We own to the curb stop and the curb stop only. We own the main line in the curb stops, and that is it. That is what the project was designed for. That's what the project was budgeted for, and that's what the project was built for. So I just want to be clear with that.
When that line went in and it was tested, who verified that test that line satisfied the regulations that needed to be there?
There was an independent third-party tester.
Okay.
It was E.J. Prescott came out.
Okay.
They did all the verification testing. They did all that. Our representative was there. And I was there. So three
we
eyes
had-
from the town.
Right, and a
At
third.
different sections.
Yep.
Plus a third-party tester of E.J. Prescott is the
Okay.
one that was hired to do that pressure testing.
Okay.
Passed all the
So
tests.
I have a question. So when a homeowner installs a pump, do they install it in their line?
So they install the pump in their tank.
In their tank?
Their tank. So they have to make sure it's all set. They have a tank. They come, whoever they hire to put the pump in the tank, or if they have to put in a different tank, or whatever their stuff is. So they install and connect to our shutoff, just like they were doing it with the water system.
Okay.
Same concept.
Do we have requirements for what their pumps have to be?
So everybody got that copy that was designed in the original plans from Horizons. inspected by DES, signed off by DES.
Correct.
Because we went through many months
Yes.
of conversations with this about that to get all the approvals for it.
Okay.
There was some speculations, whether it be grinders versus effluent
Yes.
pumps and back
Yep.
and forth. And we, right with the originals, right with DES, all above bar.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that,
Yeah.
I remembered the conversations, and I wanted to make sure that that's
Sure.
what happened.
Okay? Does that answer your question?
Only in part. So back to the statement I made, and again, I'm happy to clarify for Mr. Randall, what the state said is because of manpower limitations, it would be the responsibility, and it sounds like it was done, of, in this case, Mr. Randall, to have the appropriate people involved for the regulatory aspects to make sure this was signed off. Now, I do know one person that is hooked up, that the system went in as specified, pump as recommended, and approved by the state. When it came to his contractor installing it, the question asked, who comes out and inspects this? And please correct me if I'm wrong, he was told the contractor's supposed to inspect this themselves, that there was no inspection by the town, that this was done right. I found that a little odd, because what does that mean from, did the contractor do something wrong? Shouldn't an inspector pick up on that? It was just a question, more as a building person, there's an inspector to come and see what I've done. How come there isn't such a mechanism in place? I just thought that was a little strange, given the sensitivity of the area and concern for the waters, and this is a new septic system. Why are we not looking at that? It was a concern I had. But since it's been signed off as complete, the first payment's been made, a check's been cut for $45,000 to pay back this bond, and there's, as far as I know, one person, maybe there's 5, hooked up. Are people starting to pay back into the system? Again, I'm going to say there's rumors, I've got no fact on this, is there's a number of people contesting the 100-foot requirement, saying my system works fine, I shouldn't have to hook up. What are we doing about that? There's regulatory things that say if you are this far, you're going to hook up. I think the town, as a taxpayer, should find out when they're getting their monies back and how they're getting them back, at least to some degree, if we spent this money. So, next question. What started this? Does anybody have a comment, whether it be Ms. Murray, what's that, Ms. Penn, I don't know where that comes from.
Well, we started, I think
Yeah.
it started because we were having E. coli problems
Okay.
in the area. And we brought in DES and different people to try to figure out how to solve that.
Gotcha.
And the solution was put in a septic
Gotcha.
to try to deal with it. We have cyanobacteria, both in Winter Harbor and Jockey Cove. So
Okay.
we were trying
Well,
to solve the water quality problem by putting in a sewer system.
I'm here to ask about the E. coli, because if you can't see, there's a few files up here. I've got a lot of data, and most of it's from individuals that are sitting right up here. There is a particular property that, and again, just my opinion, was vilified in this, and it was 208 Forest Road. But if you look at the data, including correspondence from Mr. Senecal, we'll comment more later on this, Mr. Senecal, personally, Mr. Pinio, that there is no conclusive evidence whatsoever that the E. coli is coming from 208 at all. As a matter of fact, on that property, there's an easement that the town has for a culvert that was an integral part of that original project that was going to be replaced because it was in question. Because if you look at the data from the test companies, you will see, for example, 208 as the test point. They call it 208 inlet. That's about 5 to 8 feet from the actual property line of 208. It's actually in that swamp. It's not even on their property. It's not in their leach field. I've got photographs because I've done looks at that property as well. I've looked at the test data that's happened, and there are written emails from you gentlemen to these homeowners saying that the question is, and I hate to use this phrase, so I'm going to do my best to not use expletives, poop doesn't float uphill. The suggestion from this panel to the right is it's coming from upstream, not from the 208 property. So I ask you, you've put in a new system. Yes, can I help?
There was a report from a septic man that the septic tank at 208 was in failure.
Well, guess what? The septic tank itself was not in failure.
Well, whatever it was, I don't have it in front of me because I didn't know you were going to come to that. But that was what we did have a document saying that system was
an administrative failure. That's correct. Just like probably 30 to 40% of those systems.
My understanding is the D box was not connected to the tank, and that's what the septic.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. But because of that, in 2022, that homeowner worked with Mr. Senecal and Mr. Pinio to come up with a plan to no longer use the leach field. So while all this testing was going on, and I hope people at home are listening to this because you're costing the homeowners a heck of a lot of money for your guess. And here's my point. In 2022, it was a pretty heavy pressure point with this particular property that this is where this was coming from. So that homeowner agreed to start pumping their 1,000-gallon tank, have the records of the water numbers and the pump numbers at 600 gallons. Never let it enter the leach field or the D box. That went on through 2022. And testing continued. E. coli levels were found occasionally spiking quite high. 2023 comes. Project was proposed. Mr. Harriman, Mr. Randall, a project design started that summer. Did not break ground, but the design itself. Agreed. During that same time, Mr. Randall was asked by Mr. Pinio to go out and inspect that tank. There's still a problem. Mr. Randall verified and capped the tank on June 14th, 2023, and verified there is no leaking of any form coming from this tank. And yet the E. coli levels continue. And what has happened is that my beef in this is this group asked for $1 million of the taxpayers' money. And in 2023, before you spent $1 of that, you still didn't know where this was coming from. But as you said, Ms. Murray, we know there's an E. coli problem, so we're going to go. I'm not finished. This is my time.
I didn't say a word.
You look like you were going to interrupt. So I'm going to say.
Just sitting up.
Okay.
I'm ready.
So at that point, instead of spending our money, there should have been further investigation as to where this is coming from, because it was evident from that same time frame. It was coming from somewhere other than that property, because that property has been out of the loop as a contributor of gray water for 2 years at that point, okay, and done nothing. To cap that off, one particular homeowner even said, why don't we look deeper at what this E. coli is? And it was tested again in 2023, October, and the predominant mechanism or type of E. coli was bird and dog, not human. And any traces of human that was tested, in some cases, independent homeowners had tests done. I have the data. There was one instance of human, and it was upstream, 2 lots, not 208. And I'm not here to blame that homeowner. I'm here to say the source is unclear. But what we do know is during this project, there was a town culvert that takes the swamp water to the left of 208, if you're on Forest Road, and passes it directly in front of the leach field underground of 208 and into the catch basin and dumps it out the Cary. That's how that system works. And we know, and I have photographs from 2015, that culvert was rotted out under the Kane driveway. So it was made an integral part of when this project happens. Well, guess what I just found out? Because we asked. What's happening with the culvert that was, again, integral in the design? I have the correspondence from Mr. Pinio from the summer of '23. That will be replaced. It's no longer on the books as something as part of the project. We solved it. We put an extension line in. That culvert's still there. It's still feeding the E. coli from these wetlands into the lake. And what has happened? You've got people here that just put another $1 million on our back because we're not taking the time to find out what's really going on. I'm not here to say the drain system's not working right. I'm not here to say that. I'm here to say, can we take a little more stringent look at using our money? Okay? Now, one last thing. And again, Jim, I know I'm probably catching you off guard on this. Do you know how much testing was done last year? Meaning 2024?
Testing of
Yeah,
E.
of E.
coli
coli,
in the
yeah.
wetland area?
Yeah, yeah.
Weekly?
What's that?
Weekly?
Okay, so we have none of that data. Okay, none at all. Because the reason I asked is because that was a recommendation. I'm glad that was followed. Just we haven't heard anything of what's happened from this, not the cyanobacteria, not that, just the
No,
E.
the E.
coli.
coli.
Okay.
It was tested weekly again this
Okay.
past summer.
Okay. So what I would ask is review the maps where the test locations were, and you'll find that those aren't even on the 208 property. When you see 208 inlet, that's that culvert that's actually on 198.
Okay.
Okay, well, but that's kind of important because there's a landowner who happened to be your first person to hook up. And as far as I can tell, it's the only one that's actually on and live.
Okay.
Okay, so I think in all fairness to him. Okay, now I'm going to give a moment because one of the homeowners is here and he put a lot of time into this.
Well, let me
Yeah, oh,
answer
yes, please.
one of your
Sure.
things. So when you
Sure.
ask about that culvert,
Yeah.
we are doing an engineering study for that culvert. We were just going to replace it in kind, and we decided that we wanted to put a sump where the water drops in, we can collect stuff, and in order to do a higher quality culvert there. And so
That's news to
designed.
us.
Well, it was a Warren article. Not this year, but the prior year.
Okay,
2023, it was a warrant article for $20,000. I believe we've done the engineering on it, and we should be able to have an idea of a scope of work going forward once that's complete.
So your correspondence then to the 208 property that you're not going to replace that culvert is no longer true.
No, I would say not. We put the item out for a warrant article in 2023 to
Right,
engineer.
but since then, again, that's what I mean by correspondence from you say that's not going to be replaced.
It was not going to be replaced because we wanted to have it engineered so that at the inlet side
Okay.
and the outlet side, there is a sump on both sides, because in the carry section, if you go in there, all it is a shoveled out area with a few bricks.
That's right.
To catch an area.
That's right.
And then it sends the water back at a greater than 90-degree angle toward the lake.
Correct.
We wanted to look at if there was any other options to provide better drainage, and I'm not sure where that lies, but we had the engineering.
Well, again,
before.
according to the homeowner, the answer in the correspondence, you're not going to touch that culvert. And this has been since then. So if that's been revised, great. They'll be keen to know.
I would have thought they were aware of it when we had the engineering done. I'm quite sure that the engineers went on the site.
I would think they'd know because it's across their property.
I would agree with you.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to give a moment. There's a gentleman here named Jeff Owings. I'd like to give him a moment to read a letter that... Go ahead, Jeff.
Hi, I'm Jeff Owings. I live at 500 Sewell, and I've been part of this process. It's been interesting listening to Derek. I learned a lot more. That culvert that you guys didn't replace, it upsets me now just thinking about it. How come you wait 3 or 4 years before you replace that, but you immediately start into putting in the sewer line? Now, I tend to carried away on this, so I'm going to stop and just read what I have. I'm not going to tell you what I think of you. I have to put my glasses on so I read correctly. I am one of the Wolfeboro residents who was affected by the new Forest Road sewer extension. Although initially this project was targeted towards resolving sewage problems near Cary Beach, somehow it got expanded to include Sewell Road residents, which wasn't on the warrant or the ballot for voting. How this happens remains a mystery, as have other issues related to the intent and execution of the project. I have written several times to town managers to clarify these issues, but except for Freedom of Information requests, have received little response. I have written several letters, I have records. My purpose today is simply to state in a public forum my concerns about how this project unfolded and was carried out. To my knowledge, a needs assessment was not performed to identify the actual causes of the E. coli problem at Jockey Cove, or to examine alternative scenarios for its resolution. Related to number one, there was no opportunity for community residents affected by the proposed project to voice their views about how it would impact them, their finances, and their residences. 3, notification of the residents as to the initiation of excavation was only received once the project began. A letter that said, "You are part of the system." 4, the town's notification informed residents adjacent to the sewer line that they would be required to hook up to the new sewer line regardless of whether or not they needed it or wanted it at their own expense. 5, my personal observations, which I have attempted to document, taken as the construction was underway, I have twice as much at home, lead me to question the viability of the project and whether the project had a certified engineer supervising it throughout. The issues outlined above generally address what I see as unacceptable actions taken by the town managers with respect to the Forest Road Extension project. From a personal standpoint, I want to make 2 points. The town's directives would result in my incurring expenses of approximately $35,000, including hookup fees of $6,000, removal of trees, $5,000, digging a 200-foot, 6-foot trench, replacing existing septic tank, purchasing a grinder pump, which will fail after 5 to 7 years at $3,000 or $4,000, and installing an alarm system. My system works. I would also be required to pay a monthly sewer fee and have the grinder pump serviced on a regular schedule. 2, due to my personal observations and research, I have serious concerns about the reliability of this project. The sewer system as designed and the one installed do not appear they're going to work, in my opinion. There are too many outstanding and unresolved structural and compliance issues that reduce my confidence that the system will work effectively as more homes are added. For example, in the last 2 weeks, there have been 2 incidences where the main line, the sewer main line, hits the new system, where they had to come out and pump the systems out because they were blocked. That's in the last 2 weeks. There's only 1 person hooked up. And also on Sewell Road, where you had 1 foot beside the road where you could dig, they dug at an angle. It's now caving in. Someone should look into that. I'm almost done. In closing, I want to reiterate that I find the coercive behavior on the part of the town's managers regarding this project totally unacceptable to me. It is certainly a sad state of affairs and total disregard for the impact of the project on affected residences that the town decided to pursue a $1 million project when other less intrusive and less expensive options could have been taken. I outlined these in the memos that I sent you. No one paid attention to them. You guys didn't even call me. This project needs to have a full audit, whether that's by the state or whoever. This project needs an audit. I'd like to see why you are using plastic cutoff valves. No one does that. This project, thank you, I'll stop. Thank you for the opportunity to share my views, but I am so upset with this project.
Thank you, Jeff. So in closing on this, if anybody says, geez, we didn't budget to do an audit, well, as far as I can tell in simple math, you spent $915,000 and you asked for $1 million. You got $85,000 to come up with an audit. We've already paid for it. It should be done. And again, as DES has informed me, things that needed to be in consideration are this 3-inch pipe that's 2.5 inside diameter was connecting to and as far as I understand, so I can't be absolute on this, but a 2-inch pipe on the top first hill on Sewell Road. That is an impact factor as long as the calculations were done. So the design that was approved is based on all the calculations being correct. That's a given. But if something was overlooked, it's not checked by the state. It's not. So if there's an error there, it's on engineering and us to figure it out. So other factors they told me, which are factors, the hydraulic pressure we talked about are real issues. This system, according to the state, will work no better than it is right now with one person on it. And I don't care who's paid, who's on it. It will work no better than it does right now, and it only gets worse from here because the pressures go up the more people that get added to it. That's an important factor here. Another factor they brought up was Sewell Road. So there's assumptions made. Sewell Road has X number of people on the system already. How many of those, that system that exists, are in the design criteria that were 2-bedroom houses when they were put on there, and are 6-bedroom houses now? That criteria has to be part of what those calculations are, because that's that smaller inlet that extension is heading to. So again, and it may all have been done correctly, but I think it warrants a review to make sure it's going to be okay as people come online. Okay? I'm pretty much done. I appreciate your time. There's one last thing that I really need to do. Let me find it here. Okay. So I was at the deliberative session, and I put a lot of time, not here to complain about that, by the way, to understand this whole roundabout thing. And so I read and watched a lot of stuff, and there was a lot.
Yep, there's a lot out there.
So I came away with some things I was kind of bummed out about, and what I did is I took the rules of procedure for the select board. And there's one particular very short paragraph that says, members shall listen in a respectful manner when other members or public are addressing the board. We're kind of getting a little too far away from that. And it goes both ways. It's not just the board, it's people talking too from this end. Inappropriate language, disrespecting one another. Let's get back on target there. Okay? Now, I came away from that night, and it was a little disappointing because a friend said, "Hey, did you watch it?" And I said, "Why would I watch it? It was there. What would I do? Why would I do that to myself, right?" So there was a reason they said that to me. I didn't want to have, but I kind of feel I need to do this, so I apologize. This is me speaking. Because because I don't think they heard what they wanted to hear from the DOT. So here we are. I won't repeat it again, other than there's a selectman who happens to be the chair of the select board that thinks I'm full of shit. Should I describe to you, Mr. Senecal, what a hot mic is? I'd like an apology, because that's what you did. I wasn't full of shit. I gave you an opinion based on what I read. Honestly, if that's the way you act, what are you doing for a value for us? I think you should step down.
If that was me,
Well, would you like me to play it again?
No, I think we're fine.
You sure?
I think you made your point.
Thank you for your time.
All righty, let's move on. I need a motion to go into a Libby trustees meeting. Do I have a second? I have a motion by Paul. Can I have a second? Was that you, Brian? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. All righty. We have received from the Heritage Commission a memo dated February 24th. I don't know how you want to do it, whether we want to go in and read it for the public or how the board would like to go through it. I can ask members of the commission to come up if they want. Maybe the easiest is just for us to read it. How would you like to handle it, board members? It's late. I know I can't get a response.
You want me to read it?
I'm asking the board how they would like to do it.
I would say, I don't know, is Maggie planning on coming up and talking to us at all? Maybe she just hit the highlights of this, or?
Or would you just like us to read it?
Yeah.
Why? Well, yeah, we can do that. I think the first thing is we really should go through this because that's the packet that we have. So I'm going to just let Brian read it. Let's get that done, and then we can come back to that.
Yeah, and with your permission, when that's done, I did send along some questions, but I do think you're right. We should get that letter read into the record.
And thank you, Brian, for being here.
And thanks, yeah, Brian, thanks for doing this. And I have some questions after. Thanks.
Okay, Brian.
Update on activity from the Heritage Commission re-Libby. 2 Board of Selectmen Libby trustees, date February 24th, 2025, from Heritage Commission Libby Committee. Building stabilization, Dave Baldock is one who spoke on this. After many phone calls, we reached Bill Hickey of H.L. Turner, who agreed to provide a framing plan for stabilization of back wall by Monday, February 24th. A bid for a bracing plan was also requested from Alba Architects. They conferred with their engineers and replied that the original valuation of the building did not include any analysis of the north wall. Their plan involved removing the wall for the addition. Alba replied that before a bracing plan could be prepared, a new study of the building would need to be completed. Based on their work schedule and availability of the structural engineers, a bracing plan could not be completed for 5 to 8 months. Our conclusion is that H.L. Turner already has most of the data to prepare a bracing plan. Contractors are lining up work now, so it is urgent that we make arrangements. The Select Board's request for multiple bids for a bracing plan will result in a delay in the final plan, and the cost of the plan would be significantly more expensive than the plan the H.L. Turner could provide. It is our recommendation that the Select Board hire H.L. Turner to provide a bracing plan so we can get an RFP sent out. We are assuming that the insulated and climate-controlled building is not anticipated at this time, so we are proceeding with quotes to fix the existing structure and correct the faulty design that has led to excess moisture in the building and structural and collection damage. We solicited input on overall building conditions and recommended next steps from the several preservation contractors known to the Preservation Alliance. One recommendation was to jack up the building and put it on a solid concrete foundation. In this scenario, large collection items might be able to stay in place, saving thousands of dollars. We requested an estimate for a building lift from Getty's Building Movers in Bow on February 20th, the local contractor could do the foundation and related exterior drainage correction. Milestone Engineering and Construction will get back to us after March 17th with their recommendations and estimates. Museum Collections Concepts and Collaboration, Maggie Steer. 2 meetings were held with MCR's Martha Cummings to provide the necessary info for their company to revise the moving estimates. MCR's estimate is in the form of 10 attachments received late Thursday evening, February 20th. They recommend that the move be done in phases starting in May. Rough summary of moving costs came to $177,000 with other costs yet to be included. 2 teams of volunteers for about a week would help with packing and hand carrying fragile items. MCR's oversight, $5,000. Advent Movers, Barrington, New Hampshire, $64,000. Supplies, $5,000. Shelving, $13,000. Storage at Tuftonboro Barn, $90,000 for 3 years. And storage at Bluebird, Rochester, not provided as of yet. Personnel, it would be helpful to know if the town plans to hire a museum director for this year. The person or someone else would need to be the point person and the project manager. The Friends of the Libby are not engaging at this time, despite our best efforts to the contrary. Paid help will be needed to evaluate the museum collection for relevance, condition, conservation needs, etc. Oversee a fundraising campaign and engage one or more of the new organizational partners for long-term management. Information gathering from the New Hampshire museums is ongoing about their policies, procedures, budgets, etc. as part of the goal to craft sustainable role for the Libby that will attract broad public support and increase visitation. Communications and outreach, Howard Lowe. We provide a handout on the February 4th deliberative session, or provided a handout on the February 4th deliberative association, and both Howard Lowe and Maggie Steer spoke in support of Article 17. We asked the Friends of the Libby to speak in favor of Article 17 on February 4th. Tom Goodwin did that. We submitted 2 articles to the Granite State News January 29th and February 24th, as well as a letter to the editor on February 24th. These are posted on social media as well. We asked the Friends of the Libby and the Wolfeboro Historical Society to advocate for the Article 17 via a special email to their members. A second request is pending. We have had productive conversations and phone calls with dozens of citizens in town. By March 1st, we will have posted on the town website a simple questionnaire for the public to share their thoughts and ideas on a reimagined and revitalized museum. We will attend the Chamber's Know Before You Go voter info night on March 6th and provide handouts and answer questions.
Okay, Paul, you said you had some questions?
I did, and thank you for the report. I think it was, I'll start at the end. I think the communication work by Mr. Lowe, as I said in my questions, was great work, lots of energy. There's a lot of energy there, and it's really good. There is a survey out on the town website. I don't know how many people have participated in it. I checked in on it today. There were some 30 people. I didn't ask for a copy of it. But if you guys have it, that would be good to know. But I do have some questions about building stabilization and the museum collection. So let me start with building stabilization. So, and this is a couple of days old. I think we got something, you got something from Steve concerning H.L. Turner saying they wanted $58,000 to spec out something. So I said, I'm confirming that there's no costing that's been provided to brace the structure. This is as of a couple of days ago. And given the narrative that I read and Brian read, do you have a sense as to when you think you might have a costing on that? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. We're just trying to get this first things first. You know, get the building braced, get the stuff out of there.
It's not a very direct answer to your question. As the report read, we did our best to try and come up with plans to be able to send out an RFP for contractors to price for a pricing cost. There was a need for a set of standards for what that bracing would look like, and that's whom we reached out to Turner with, and that's who we reached out to Alba with. Turner somehow ended up misunderstanding or gave us the wrong quote. I specifically asked for a cost for bracing the building. They sent Steve a plan for total oversight to rehab the building, to rehab the structure. It's not what I ever asked for, but that's what we've got. So we're back at square one.
Okay, so we're back at square, okay. And again, I'm just trying to get some texture around this. So right now, we don't have a number, and we don't have, I'm putting words in your mouth, we don't have a theory as to when that number's coming in, because Alba said, we're out of it for 6 to 8 months. And they basically said, we're done. Okay. And I think, and I'm going to use a name, Ann Blodgett. I'm pointing at you. Were there other preservation contractors that you all have reached out to that could help here?
Ann can address that better than I can, but yes.
No, Ann mentioned that she passed the name to you.
Wrong person. Well, Maggie's getting here.
Yeah.
What we're asking for, basically, where do we put the bracing? What size lumber do we need to use? This is a pretty easy ask, and I don't understand. It should not be a very.
You're saying this is a too hard can't do. It sounds like they're making it too hard for you. Okay.
For someone who's already studied the building like Turner, they shouldn't. They know where they've identified the deficiencies. They just need to. I'm going to say 10 hours of saying, hey, this is where you brace it, this is where you put the brace, and this is the size lumber you need to hold the load.
So before you answer my ask, my second and third question was, is the Libby building required to conform to any restoration standards, even though we're only bracing it for the removal of the collection? The building is a National Historic Register building, right? Okay, so I got that part right. So does the selection of anybody, whether it be Turner or whether it be, Victor Druin contractor, do they have to conform to some architectural guidance or certification to put their hands on a historic register building?
That's a really good question. Is this on?
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't hear Dave very well, so I wondered. That's a really good question. It is listed on the National Register. You don't need to conform to those standards. Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic buildings don't have to be in play by requirement unless there is some federal, state, or permitting or licensing involved. Funding, permitting, licensing, et cetera.
And I'm out in front of my skis here. You mentioned to me this is a historic structure. And so I did a kind of a, what do you got to do if you put your fingers on this thing? And there's like 16 pages of do's and don'ts. And I just don't want to get ourselves in a situation with a contractor and then somebody says, time out, they're not, so if I hear you correctly, you'll check on that.
Well, I think we should comply with those secretary standards.
Okay.
And we are not proposing major changes that would go against what those standards say. Part of what I would like to do is get an application in for state funding from the Land and Community Heritage Investment Program. And if we were to receive that money, they would also require compliance with those secretary standards. But again, Paul, it's not going to be terribly onerous. Now, when we choose a contractor, it would be in our best interest to choose a contractor who's familiar with those standards.
So I'll let you guys figure that out. That just came into my mind, cracking a beer one night saying, Jiminy Crickets, I mean, if we hired a local person and they started doing work on the building, would we have somebody go, stop? So you'll check that out. It's referenced that some type of framing plan was due, and that's the H.L. Turner thing that you said you thought you were going to get something on February 24th, and you didn't get it. You got something else. So there's a miscommunication. Okay. On the museum collection, Maggie, you referenced 10 attachments. What are those 10 attachments provided by MCR?
Everything from a quote detailing what the $13,000 in shelving would consist of, to a list of taxidermists who might consult on the collection.
Got it.
A breakdown of what supplies are needed, breakdown of the number of boxes, that kind of thing.
So I was going to I said, are those available for the trustees? I don't think you need to send me that. If that's that kind of gory detail, that's good. You used a term, though, in your document that said rough. It was a rough idea on the collection, getting it out of the building and storing it someplace. And I'll just make a statement. I'm interested in making sure that the costs incurred to get the collection out of there will ensure that it's safe and it's insured. It's in an insured environment, all right? So that we don't, we got to do that, right? And so these places, you referenced the Tuftonboro barn, and there was some other place. Those will be insured environments for the collection.
Climate-controlled and alarmed environments, yes.
Okay. You listed something in the document that talked about it was personnel. You were talking personnel, and you're suggesting we need a point person. Do we really need a curator? You saying project manager. Do we need a curator here?
At some point, we will need some assistance in evaluating the condition of some of the exhibit materials. I think we all know that some of those things have been there for over 100 years.
Right.
There's also some risk in moving things,
Correct.
particularly skeletons, where the connections may have rusted out, and so we don't really know what's going to happen in the course of a move.
So that's not I'm interpreting
So that's
that
not a curator. A
Okay.
curator is going to be needed at some point to reinstall the collection unless we want to put it back exactly where it
So
was.
this is, I'm putting words in your mouth. So we're not going to have a need for a curator per se during the brace and remove process.
No.
As we reinstall,
Well,
you're going to
that's
need
right.
somebody. Okay.
That's
All
right.
You more detailed regarding the Friends, they're not here, I'm sorry, but your words, they were not engaging. What's the issue here?
I think they're waiting to see if the town will step forward and fix the building, because the last attempt, spearheaded by them, failed, and they are waiting to see now if the town is serious about fixing the building.
Okay.
I mean, I can't speak for them, but that's
what
we've heard in the course of our meetings.
Okay.
They would be happy to step forward once the building is fixed and resume their role as supporters of programming and other things.
And I think you've answered the question. I had a question about, the assessing the collection. We have Dr. Libby's collection, and we have others.
There has
and your notion here is we're going to assess the whole ball of wax.
Yes, as a museum professional, I can tell you that most museums have a collections policy and a collections committee that evaluates what's added to the collection, and that has never been done here.
Okay.
So
Got it.
somebody walks through the door with something and
We take it.
somebody takes it off their hands.
Yes.
A colleague, a former colleague of mine will remember that people would show up with boxes of Life magazines from 1939 to 1945 and say, these things are priceless. Would you like them? We already have those. I got it. I understand. This sounded like a future tense thing. You more texture on this overseeing fundraising campaign.
Well,
Person. You said you needed a person.
right. I think that it is going to take a person. I think Dave and Howard and I did not realize how many hours we would be putting in on this project. We're happy to do so up to a point, but
You run out of gas.
well, I just think that at some point, somebody's going to have to get paid to manage a fundraising campaign. I think. I'm not sure.
And then
I'm pretty sure it's not going to be me.
Well, we may need more people or another
There you go.
a committee to do just that.
And then you use the words organizational partners. That I didn't know what's an organizational partner.
What I meant by that was, I think, I don't have the document in front of me.
Do you want it?
We may decide to engage with a new nonprofit or existing nonprofits as the evolution of the museum's future becomes clearer.
Okay.
And I will say that survey is already generating some really interesting results about how the public feels about what the museum's future might be.
Anything you want to share?
I think there have not been many votes to the question, keep the museum as it is, and quite a bit of interest in shifting its focus to more contemporary natural history approaches.
Kind of the option 2, the repurpose.
Exactly, repurpose with more of a local focus, and partner with other organizations like Wolfeboro Waters Committee, or do exchanges with other science museums. So we might get traveling exhibits in there to give some excitement to the various seasons.
Those were my questions, and I appreciate it. So I'll summarize by saying we are nowhere fast on having a bill of materials is to get the building braced. We got to get some energy under that. Sounds like you've had some good conversations with Martha about getting the assets out of there, storing them, but there's a lot of work underneath that. So I think we're.
You also asked what other contractors have we spoken with?
Yeah.
And I think in the memo I mentioned Milestone Engineering and Construction.
Yep.
They've done a lot of work at Castle in the Clouds. They've done a lot of work for Brewster. They built Maker's Mill. I know the owner very well, and I think that might be a great fit for us. They're very experienced working on historic buildings. Aaron Sturgis is interested also in bidding on the job, but we're not at that point yet. Turner thought we were, but we're not quite at that point.
You've answered my questions. Thank you, Maggie.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so my understanding from where we are right now, we'll need to go back to the drawing board and see if we can get H.L. Turner to just give us a bracing quote.
Hold on, Linda.
Right, and
I will.
Jim is aware of what's going on, and he's proposing a direct meeting with Turner. He's going to make those arrangements himself with Steve, or Steve actually is going to make those arrangements. I guess I would just like some clarity as to what my role in this should be, or I had one expectation of what my role was, and that was to just freely go out and seek information and ask for bids. And I'm now getting a feeling that maybe I stepped on some toes and I stepped out of line, and that should have been that kind of ask should have been done by town personnel. So I just want some clarity from you folks and the town manager and Jim as to what I should or shouldn't be doing.
So I think the meeting with H.L. Turner is critically important, and that will give us the direction whether or not they can meet the needs that you are looking for, or do we have to put something out for a different firm?
Okay.
Yes. So that was my question. Maggie, could some of the companies that specialize in that kind of restoration of old buildings that you're talking about, could they use the Turner report to potentially give us a quote to stabilize the back wall? Because then maybe they become a partner going forward with future construction.
Yes.
The Turner report was only 13 pages, and half of those were photographs. That was not a building assessment report. That's why we went back to Alba, because we knew that in that $4 million project, they had done everything to assess the building right up to construction drawings. But they said they hadn't looked at the back wall, and it would take 5 to 8 months for them to even have time for us. So we decided H.L. Turner would be our best bet just for a bracing plan. Quote, what would they charge after the $30,000 that we've already paid them for that 13-page report? What would they charge just to give us an estimate of what they know about the building and where it should be braced?
I think Brian's question was, could that document, and I think I know what the answer is, that document comes out and they say, you need 8, lamb beams, you need this, that, and the other thing, and here's how it would get designed. And you could pass that over to a preservation company and say, build it.
Well, that's exactly what we wanted.
Okay, great.
That's what we haven't
That's
gotten.
on the critical path to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Does the board have any other questions? Hearing none, can I have a motion to come out of the Libby trustees meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I've got Brian, Paul, any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Okay, next item on the agenda is other business, and I have two other business. The first one I would like to talk about is that January 17th, 2024 letter from the Board of Selectmen and the town manager to the public provided a full explanation of the errors made by the town in using its unassigned fund balance. At the end of that letter, it stated, the town will strive to utilize any unassigned fund balance for the purpose of setting the annual tax rate rather than for warrant articles. Therefore, I move that the Board of Selectmen adds to its policy FIN 07, which we just approved not that long ago, the following. The Board of Selectmen will strive to utilize any unassigned fund balance for the purpose of setting the annual tax rate rather than for warrant article projects, and will follow the 2024 warrant article 23, which reaffirms the 2002 warrant article that each year the town should reduce the surplus, the general fund's unassigned fund balance carried over from the prior year to amount no greater than 10% of the operating budget voted the current year by applying the excess of the fund balance to reduce taxes, and further said amount to reduce taxes shall be affirmed, disclosed, and voted by the Board of Selectmen at a regular meeting. And the reason that I would like to add it to this policy, it's a policy that we will look at when we're going to set the tax rate, and it puts it in writing, and so we cannot forget it.
Second.
Okay. I made the motion. I get a second from Paul. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Tonight is Brad's last meeting. I'd like to thank Brad for his 12 years of service to the town of Wolfeboro as a selectman, and for years on the planning board as chairman and as the select board's representative to the planning board. Brad served as the chairman of the select board in 2016, 20, and 23. When discussing an issue, the board could count on Brad to provide a well-thought-out comment. On behalf of the citizens of Wolfeboro, town staff, and select board, I want to thank you, and I'll miss you. And if there's any other member of the board who'd like to say anything, and I do have, wherever I just put it, a card for you. It's just here. Here it is. And that's from the staff.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I enjoyed all 12 years working with everybody here. I've learned a lot, how the town works. There's kind of definitely green coming into it. Took a few years to feel comfortable at it, but I've enjoyed every bit of it. I've enjoyed working with all the different boards, the town managers, and I want to thank the voters of Wolfeboro for their support over the years. I'll miss it, but just time to retire, so thank you.
Okay, town managers report.
No other business.
Okay.
There was no other business that any other board member had.
Oh,
Just a couple of items. One, I'd like to congratulate Amy. She's been admitted into a inaugural Women in New Hampshire Leadership Program. So she's going to be taking that program. There were 125 candidates. and they accepted 24, and Amy was one of them. So congratulations to you on that, Amy. And the big one, please, next Tuesday, get out and vote. There are sample ballots in the lobby. There's supporting backup information on the town webpage and in the lobby. If you have questions, please reach out to myself or staff, but please get out and vote. That's all I have.
Okay. I'll start down here, committee reports.
So we all went, I think, all to the DOT presentation.
You did?
And that was a great, hopeful final step before we get the specifics in place and start moving forward with the DOT, because it's about time that we got that project at least on the shelf for them so that they know, yes, we're doing it. I met with Christine to work on the rates, and then we tweaked them here, and I think we have a good first step in the rate increases for the Parks and Rec. And I went to the oldest
Summer resort in America?
No, the oldest fishing derby in America over on Mirror Lake. I was invited by the town staff, and we went over there, and it was a great day, and it was great to see all the families with little children on the ice, fishing and snowmobiling, and it was a really great time, and I appreciate them for inviting me to participate.
Paul?
I bought a $20 raffle ticket for that thing. I didn't show up. I didn't win anything. So Brian must have been drinking all the beer. I agree with Brian. We this Department of Transportation meeting, if you didn't get the message that a lot of stuff other than just talking about roundabouts didn't get done, you missed the point. Were you pleased with the amount of conversation around drainage? Were you pleased with the fact that somebody took the time to understand whether we had historical artifacts out there? Were you pleased by this stuff? And if you think that these folks from Department of Transportation just kind of had that drop on them like divine guidance, there was a lot of people sat in this room during cold winter nights and educated them all. And I think they did a great job. And for the people who didn't come and speak up, who had been here during those cold winter nights, I personally want to thank them because they busted their you-know-whatskis on that stuff. I attended the police commission meeting. I encourage people to take a look at the videotape about that. I have a disclosure this morning or this afternoon in the Granite State News. My name was attributed to a letter to the editor. Brendan Berube is, I hope I didn't get his last name wrong. Brendan, the editor, is a little contrite. The letter was sent in by the police commission, and he assumed that I was a member of the police commission, which I am not. I'm just the selectman's rep. And so for those of you out there that see my name there, I did not participate in the generation of that document. I have no affiliation with that. You're up to yourselves as to how you want to vote on the police commission issue. So I believe there'll be a retraction after the voting is done. So let people know that I didn't do anything there. I'm innocent. I agree with Jim. Voting is going to take place next week. Please show up. There's a lot to be looked at. And aside from that, I appreciate Brian drinking my beer and me losing $20.
Brad?
Yeah, let's see, had my last planning board meeting last night. I did attend the DOT meeting that they've just talked about there, and also we had a Wolfeboro Community TV meeting a couple weeks ago, so that was it for me.
Dave?
The only thing I have is the DOT meeting.
Yeah, I had the DOT meeting, and then I went on vacation for the week, and when I came back, I attended the Wolfeboro Waters Assessment Subcommittee meeting, and we are working on the protocols for reporting cyanobacteria. The last set of protocols we had was 2019, and those new protocols will go to Wolfeboro Waters, and then I will bring them to the board. Okay. What?
I would like to make a statement. About Brad. I met Brad when I was a rookie planning board member. And there was a bunch of dust up about gravel roads. And Mr. Harriman pulled together a very interesting group of people to go over gravel roads. And we went through 3 or 4, 5, 6 iterations. And when I came out of that session, I said to myself, this guy knows his stuff. And I have never once since that time ever questioned that he knows his stuff. And I tried to last night think about what was the one word I would attribute to Mr. Harriman. And I would call him a gentleman, because he is. So thank you for letting me do that. And best of luck to you, Brad.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, is Alyssa on? Okay, input from the public. Come on up.
Come on up.
Good evening, my name is Dennis Hart. Excuse me, I live at 20 Libby Street. I understand and support Mr. Brown's argument and would like to share my experiences with the town management for the record. A year ago, my wife, Marge Hart, brought a petition to the town signed by 50 citizens to review and correct town management issues with regards to permitting and verification. We appreciate that the Select Board took action and hired Municipal Resources Incorporated, MRI, to audit the town planning department. Their report highlighted issues with several projects, including an addition project by my uphill neighbor at 16 Libby Street. We have been in an ongoing battle with the town and our neighbor for nearly 2 years. We currently have a case pending with the New Hampshire Appeals Board, Housing Appeals Board, to appeal the Wolfeboro Planning Board's decision to approve a conditional use permit for an ADU at 16 Libby Street. Our case stems from the town's unreasonable decision to prescribe a conditional remedy for stormwater issues, which was not based on engineering analysis, does not resolve our drainage problem, does not protect our property. These issues were caused by poor stormwater management practices and bad guidance from the town planning department. To this day, we have been able to get proof from the town that any work has been done to correct these erosion issues. In addition, I have a stalking order of protection in place against my neighbor, as he has repeatedly harassed and verbally assaulted me over the issues over this project. I wish that he would understand that his issue should be with the town and not with us. It's not about the trees. If the town would have pointed out and resolved these issues prior to them coming to light in the MRI report, and if the town required stormwater management plans and verified implementation, we would probably still be friends. Due to improper guidance and enforcement by the planning department, citizens are forced to take matters into their own hands and rely on court actions to protect themselves and our land, only to be threatened to pay legal fees to the town and the intervener in our case. The MRI report was very specific in identifying errors and inadequacies, but I have not seen any concrete evidence that anything has changed as a result of it, other than the resignation of the town planning director and the code enforcement officer. We hear that the MRI report is available to anyone that would like this information for civil litigation. We love this town, and we owe it to the citizens of the town to manage the town growth properly, manage stormwater as it becomes it's a repetitive issue throughout, and not be threatened with lawsuits to protect our property. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public input?
I want to do this more slowly this time so I don't sound cranky.
Thank you.
Bobby Bunman. So last year I put in a verbal 91A for us to start reviewing the leases and really looking at how our town is leased out. And little things like, obviously we know the Chamber of Commerce, you have them on a 5-year, they're only paying $322 per month, and yet we pay them to be in there, and then they sublet our space. So little things like that started coming up. The locker rooms at POP, we've now had the issue where we had a refrigerator with liquor in the locker room at POP that is still unresolved. It hasn't been resolved by the school. It hasn't been resolved by the town, by the police. So where are we going with our leases? When I put the 91A in and brought this about after it happened, the board had said you guys were going to start reviewing and really looking at the leases. To date, it still hasn't been done. And I think it just, like when I do 91As, a lot of times it's just to sort of plant a seed. And once that seed is planted, you just hope your leaders make something grow out of it. So I'm going to ask again that you look at these leases and you look at really what's happening with our town assets. I know that the lease last year also in the railroad station, we had someone who was leasing that property or subleasing that property that ended up with a police report. And I don't know how that makes our town look. So we have to start looking at how our assets are being sort of handed out. I mean, like I pointed out tonight, we had 2 weeks in a row in the newspaper for the hawkers and peddlers, but yet then we're going to give a lease, a 4-month lease at $1,000, $250 a month, which I want to get to because as a recreation professional, I listened tonight and I got a little frustrated because we gave a business $250 a month lease for them to recreate their business off of one of our docks. But then our citizens who play pickleball, I am not one of them, but our citizens who play pickleball on our courts got up and they asked for an event, for a one-day event on June 21st, and it came out to over $600. And I just don't know if we're really...
240. He's right, 240.
Oh, she had said at one point 800 for the day or something, then I thought she said 640.
We went by courts.
Okay, but so 240, you're saying, for one day, for a 6-hour event, for our citizens who play pickleball, they're going to pay that extreme price, yet then we give our dock to a business for $250 a month. So I don't know if we're really looking at the value of what we're doing for our citizens or what and so I just want to throw that out there as recreation. Should we have something built into these events like this pickleball event? If 80% of the people showing up on June 21st to play pickleball, those are our citizens. Should we be setting a rate that high against our own citizens when we're not doing that for businesses? And then other businesses, like I said, the chamber, I mean, that's a pretty hot spot, our train station downtown, and they're in there for, $322 a month and then still subletting, yet then we're still paying $16,000 a year to maintain the bathrooms there. So I just want to encourage you to look at that. Again, it was a long meeting. Had some other questions. At one point, it was brought up, the New Hampshire Municipal Association, there was a little, I didn't understand what was going on with the questioning and stuff, but I do have a question, as I am going to go back on the Budget Committee, and I know that we were allowed to ask the New Hampshire Municipal Association questions when I was on the Budget Committee, because we do pay that subscription of $10,000 a year. Is that not something that our...
No, I was just reading something he had said in terms of understanding the sewer. Has nothing to do with whether you as a budget committee or me as a selectman or Brian as a selectman can't call. That it was not what we were talking about.
So we are able to ask questions with this $10,000 sort of subscription.
Check it out. Jim?
I believe that is correct.
Okay.
That's what I would say too.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a way, Jim, that you could just, when you pop the school board that letter for that coalition, that you could just email me on that letter also? I'd love to see the letter about the school that you're sending to the school board. That would be great. As you know, that it concerns me greatly, especially that our state just the other day didn't kill the local education freedom account, the school voucher, and so we will be responsible for a local education school voucher directly out of our property taxes that our town will be collecting. If that does end up getting voted, it did not get killed. Let's see.
Killed in committee.
Did not get killed in committee.
Committee, okay.
It was retained, which means it'll come back, but they did also vote in committee for universal school vouchers. And I mean, obviously, no.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that people
it
understood
wasn't,
it wasn't.
Yeah,
in
it
committee.
was not in the House yet. It was definitely in committee.
Thank you.
And I think those are my questions at this point. So, thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay. Suzanne?
Suzanne Ryan, Chairman of the ZBA. I've spoken with my counterparts, and they know that I'm coming this evening to speak to you. On 2/19/25, the Board of Selectmen had a young woman in for an issue with a application or a land use problem that she was trying to figure out how to work through. And I'm going to quote as best I can from what she said, and I'm going to try to make it straight as to what was implied. She said, I was told by my attorney and engineer that they would not go before the zoning board, they being the engineer or the attorney. In fact, that no attorney in town would go before them. Regardless of what they think, they being the attorney and the engineer, the ZBA would not approve this, her plan. At this time, the board is not approving anything. Well, needless to say, that raised my dander. And I'm here tonight to tell you, or report to you, that anyone can pick up a town report and go to the back of it, because Z is the last, XYZ is the last letter in the alphabet, so we get stuck in the back of the book. And you'll find our reports. Some years we maybe missed, but for the most part. So I just took a stab at 22, 23, and 24. And in 22, we had 8 approvals, of which 3 were special exceptions and 5 were variances. And we had 1 denial, 1 against 8 approvals. We did dismiss 1, and 1 was withdrawn. In 23, we had 4 approvals for which they were special exceptions. And we had 2 appeals on the code enforcement's decision that were upheld. We had 2 denials, and we had 2 requests for rehearings that were denied. Nevertheless, we approved more than we denied. In '24, we had 9 approvals, of which 5 were special exceptions approved, 4 were variances approved. There were 4 denials. 2 were special exceptions and 2 were variances. And 1 was no jurisdiction, and so we had to dismiss it. So when I did that, I looked up something, and I was kind of curious as what stood out. What are the trigger points that give people this impression that we disapprove? And I think that there's a couple of hot button disapprovals that people just have sour grapes over. But the ones that I would like to highlight that we approved, and I think they stand out, is we approved a solar farm installation over in Brown Ridge Road area. We had a joint meeting with the planning board, and we approved cellular tower. We had a 90-unit housing proposal on Pine Hill, for which the manufactured housing part of it got approved, and the other portion of it was dismissed because the variance was not needed. We had phase 3 of Harriman Hill that we approved. We had an expansion of Hunters that we approved. We had an equine, I don't know if I said that right, equine center that we approved. And we had 12 outdoor pickle courts that we recently approved. We denied, I think, 2 items that probably triggered some of this negativity, which was on Willow Street, Bridge Falls Path, and a boat storage application for 9 boat storage buildings off of Filter Bed Road. So in all, I think our track record has been pretty good. We might go about things a little bit slowly or not too proficiently, but I would remind everybody that by state law, we work down a very narrow path of what we're allowed to do and what we can't do. We don't have a lot of flexibility. In fact, we have no flexibility. The law is the law. And as I said to the planning board last night, we don't have the luxury of waivers. The planning board can waive certain items, and they have a procedure for waivers. We don't have that. So thank you for your time. And if somebody bumps into you on the sidewalk and says something about us, I hope you stick up for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Anybody else? Any comments? Quickly, because I got somebody else here.
Just because Paul had mentioned the newspaper, because I was going to mention your newspaper article, that it was not attributed correctly. The newspaper also printed today that Chief Chase was terminated, and I reached out to make sure of that fact, and I think that it's pretty poignant to make sure that everybody knows that Chief Chase was not terminated. I don't think the newspaper should have printed that, and I think it should be redacted, especially because it was in a political ad today.
Retracted.
Redacted. Redacted.
You want it redacted in the papers that are
Yes.
going out, or something different.
Redacted from the paper.
I understand
That's
what you're saying.
the correct word.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it.
So I just wanted to say that, and then I wasn't going to say this. I was going to wait on this, but I think because Derek made the comment he did, there were a few hot mics you were caught on that night. But I think, especially with the fact that Dean Rondo's case was settled and what had come to light, I would like to encourage you to, Dave, to also keep your Facebook laughing emojis and your comments on Facebook about women, about our LGBTQ community, and about gay people. Okay, Dave, I'm just saying there are laughing chickens and everything else at a lot of the transgender stuff that you have done. So I just would like to warn you, please, you're representing the women and our LGBTQ community when you are up here serving. So please also watch your Facebook posts. Thank you.
Steve, did you want to say something? Do you want to?
Come on upstairs.
You go with him.
I'm going to make this quick, but Paul, I'm going to make this quick, but Paul triggered something in my head. If you indulge me for a minute.
Sure.
So back in August of 22, Dave Ford came to see me and asked if I would be interested in coming to work for the town as Director of Public Works. And the first call I made was to Brad. And thanks, by the way. And I talked to Brad, and he encouraged me. And so Brad and I have a history. We'd worked together before that. And so from somebody who works in the town, as you as a selectman, you are a great asset to the town. From a public works standpoint, you are a fantastic asset to the town. And for me, you are a very good friend and a fantastic resource. So I just want to say thank you. And I have one opening left. If you're looking for something to do, now that you get a little bit of time,
come knock on your door.
You know,
Well, it doesn't include a shovel.
we don't shovel.
Thank you, Steve.
Anyway, that's all I have.
Victor?
Hi, Victor Drawn. I also want to say thank you to Brad for all your work and all your years. I appreciate it, and definitely a steady hand, and always comments that are helpful. So appreciate it, all your work and dedication to the town. I just want to say real quick on the, and this has been said a few times before by me, and as part of the Friends of Pop Whalen, when we did the rink, you know, unfortunately, we weren't there at 1 o'clock in the morning there on the deliberative session, but I just want to get to how we got to the original calculation of dollars and rates was when we did the original budget, and I think I probably spent 5 or 6 meetings with the CIP, 5 or 6 with the budget committee going through this, creating the budget. We had a 2 or 3 year plan to get the rink back to normal. But the public skating time that was allocated was set out at 3 hours a day, 7 days a week, 26 weeks a year. And at the low rate came to $128,000. The town subsidizes $109,000. So you were basically getting a 10% discount, 10, 15% discount on the rate for utilization for the public. And when we surveyed the public, what came out of that was we want more time and we wanted it staggered times. The first year we opened, we did pretty good. We moved a lot of those times around. I think Brian, he was pretty understated tonight, but I can tell you working with Brian, he's very, very good. He has a very good ear to the ground. They've adjusted it more. They do a much, much better job of advertising it, getting it out to the public, having better attendance. And so it was really disappointing when, 1 a.m., we cut 63% out of that budget of the town funding, which basically, as we're finally getting to a point where our enterprise fund is actually floating like it's supposed to per state statute, we get a torpedo, right? So anyway, so I offer this is kind of a path forward, I guess. The town, and this we knew about when we were doing the calculations originally. Tuftonboro, Brookfield pay Tuftonboro $16,900, Brookfield's $4,200 into the town for Parks and Rec use, reimbursement for them getting residential rates, even though they're non-residents. Excuse me. And that money's basically always gone into the general fund. It doesn't go into Parks and Rec, even though, so when we did the dive on that, the bulk of those dollars and the bulk of the usage from those two towns is for the mountain, for Abenaki, and for Pop. And so if indeed this budget passes and we're short, my request would be that you guys would consider taking that money and putting it where it was intended. So that's a reimbursement for those towns to use our recreational facilities. So I just offer that as a consideration that you guys take up internally. The other part is POP is we have a brand new $7 million building there, and we don't have a reserve fund. So cutting $70,000 out of that budget was not a wise, we've got some expensive equipment there. We really need to get to a point where we're making sure that we fund this thing. So anyway, that's really, just want to make sure we don't let the building go back to where it was. So thank you. And thank you again, Brad.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Victor.
Yep.
Linda, I just have one quick thing to say. On what Suzanne was saying, and I've only started scratching the surface, but looking at Ossipee, Tuftonboro, and Meredith, and I don't know how things get to their ZBA. Their planning boards might work different than ours, but when something hits their ZBA, it's almost approved 100% of the time. It's very, very close. Wolfeboro, we're at 72% of the time from what I've averaged for over the years. And I don't see that as us being too restrictive. I look at how Meredith has grown over the years with 4 lanes along their waterfront and light towers and all sorts of things and buildings that are now 4 stories tall and more. And I've seen how, and I love Tuftonboro. I have but they are allowing 2 houses on every lot, and they could end up with a shorefront buildup that could be an issue. So I think Wolfeboro is doing a pretty good job with their ZBA, and that's where I am with that.
Okay. Ann?
You just sparked something. So if you recall, we had a town planner that didn't always prepare the applicants well. So oftentimes in the meetings I've observed, and they are many, the poor ZBA is stuck with a half-assed, excuse my language, application and having to send it back or having things that shouldn't have even come to the ZBA. So I believe that skews those numbers. And I don't know how long that planner was here, but that skews the numbers. Thanks.
I agree with that.
Is there any other public input? Seeing none, can I have a motion to go into non-public session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay.